Well, a very good morning everybody and welcome to a gloriously sunny New Road for this second and final matchup between the England Lions and the touring South Africa team. It's the final warm-up game for the Proteas ahead of the serious stuff with England, the first one-day international next week. Although this game today has a little bit more on it than the first meeting on Tuesday down at Taunton, because this is officially a List A game. It's 11 aside. It's been quite a contrasting last few days for the England men's senior two teams, with the first team, as it were, being hammered out of sight by India in the first ODI to such a degree that Captain Jos Buttler said they were third in a two-horse race. By contrast, the backup 11 beat South Africa by a canter, galloped home with furlongs to spare, I suppose you could say, in a very, very impressive performance by 77 runs, 77 balls to spare, with that very impressive victory down at Taunton. But the news here at New Road is the South Africans have won the toss and they have decided to bat first. Sally Bentley-Reid is alongside me in the commentary box. Morning to you, Sal.
Morning, Dan.
And you've got the two teams for us.
Well, two changes for England Lions. They're not playing Rehan Ahmed or Tom Banton from Tuesday's match at Taunton. Obviously, South Africa played most of their squad as they had a look at them ahead of today's match, and the match is starting against England on Tuesday. So their team today will be Milan, Hendricks, Markram, Van der Dussen, Miller, Clasen, Felaqueo, Maharaj, Nortke, Ngidi and Shamsi, not necessarily in that order for batting. Opening up are Hendricks and Milan. Milan will take the first ball. Ben Duckett keeping wicket today.
Sam Cook of Essex opening the bowling. Early fumble there from Duckett behind the stumps. Of course, it was Tom Banton who was keeping down at Taunton, but Banton not selected today, not part of the Lions squad. Neither is Lions team. Neither is the young leg spinner Rehan Ahmed.
Cook opened up the bowling on Tuesday as well at Taunton. As you say, that game wasn't a List A fixture, but Cook opened up for that one. Cook, who was with Essex. Made his List A debut 4 years ago in 2018. It was against the touring West Indies side. On Tuesday had figures of 1 for 55 from his 9 overs, so going just over 6 and over. The Lions, who were chasing 318 on Tuesday. Beats Milan on that occasion. Fine start by Sam Cook.
Yeah, but a movement early on there from Cook. Milan's a good touch, isn't he? I mean, 100 in the first meeting down at Taunton. He's got a very impressive average in his 16 ODIs for South Africa. 59, just a touch under 60. This is a testing opening period for him here. Cook tall, getting some lift, a bit of seam movement as well. And even if you're fresh off 100, you've still got to respect it, haven't you, early on?
Yeah, well, if you say that 100 off 116 when he opened up, but it was obviously at Taunton, which is a batting track. And fine over from Sam Cook to open up the maiden. And it's a Warm round of applause from the crowd in at New Road today. Decent crowd in. Plenty of school children as well on school trips around in front of the hotel, which is lovely to see.
I think they've sold something like 3,000 tickets for today's game. So the ground not full at the moment. There wasn't 3,000 in at the start of this game, but we'd anticipate it would fill up as we go.
I believe it's included in the membership, isn't it, for Worcester members, so it won't be counted in those figures of ticket sales.
David Payne to open up from the Diglas end. 4 for 39 down at Taunton. Back late in that game to mop up the latter part of the Proteas innings. Bounce early on. Hybrid pitch here at New Road. Saw on that first over from Cooker, some of them lifting off a good length. And again, that one drawing an appeal, but always going over the top. Payne not interested. Not fully in control of that either. But he's off the mark, Reza Hendricks, with a couple. George Scrimshaw doing the fielding down at fine leg. Will be remembered in these parts at New Road for a brief stint he had with Worcestershire back in 2017. Runs here through mid-wicket, not perfectly timed by any stretch by Hendricks, but they'll come back for two. He only played 4 T20 games for Worcestershire, Scrimshaw, back in 2017. He's got his chance to kick-start his career with Derbyshire. You don't see him brought into the attack as we go. Scrimshaw again for a single. He got his Yorkers firing. David Payne, first match. He picked up all his 4 wickets actually. Ended with 4 for 39, but they all came in a spell of 4 for 14 in 19 balls. As the Lions went on to clinch that very impressive 6-wicket win with 77 balls to spare. Dot ball to end the over. 5 runs coming from it. South Africa have their eyes on the start of the ODI series with England next week. But they promised that today will be more competitive, more edge, because it is obviously an official list day game, 11 aside, and very much Taunton was not a free-for-all as such, but it was an acclimatisation process much as anything else to give all the batters a bat and all the bowlers a bowl as best they could.
It's a pre-warm-up.
Yeah. A warm warm-up.
Warm-up. It was certainly warm. Hopefully not quite as warm today. Cook again from the New Road end. Smacks Hendricks on the path.
Hint of an inside edge possibly on that. It was leg side as well, by the look of it.
Sort of half-hearted noise rather than an appeal, I think. making tricky for Hendricks to start this morning. 5 from 6 for him. Milan yet to get off the mark. So I believe the power plays follow the bit of the ODIs today. So first 10 overs. Hendricks will pinch a single this time, just behind square leg.
Yeah, they've got 2 men out as you allowed in the first 10 overs at deep square leg and deep third. And then from 11 to 40, I believe it's 4 fielders outside the ring, and then for the final 10, it's 5.
Ryan just comes forward to that one. I'm going to poke round. The wicket's fairly central today, isn't it? Boundaries look relatively similar, possibly a little bit longer on the cathedral side of the ground today. It's a fairly central wicket for the game. Again, that one bounces on Milan. Line delivery. Just under 80 miles an hour.
It's a lovely start from Sam Cook. Again, he's causing Milan some issues. Really good line, just outside that off stump with that movement and that lift.
Take another single out to Scrimshaw at mid-on. That ends another fine over from Cook with just 2 coming from it. 7 without loss after 3. It's interesting as well from Cook because he was much more known for his sort of form in the red ball format of the game, but from what you see more and more recently with the white ball stuff, he's sort of making a name for himself, isn't he? He's just 24.
Yeah, he's only played 12 matches in this day cricket. Just under a wicket per game, the average.
Yeah.
But yeah, going well in the red ball stuff, definitely. 23 wickets at 19 in the county championship so far for Essex. A very good win yesterday, the county championship, to keep their hopes of challenging for the title very much alive.
Well, 2 matches that finished on day 3 with we'll say Essex's,
as well.
yeah, Essex's game.
Taking another garage full of wickets.
And another century for Cook, wasn't it? But also Worcestershire with that fine win down against Middlesex.
Again, bit of an inside edge possibly. And the line, they've pitched outside leg stump.
So it wasn't entirely easy to judge the game on Tuesday with the sort of perhaps the approach from South Africa. A little bit more experimental from them on Tuesday, deciding what they're going to do for today and next week.
Yeah, Mark Boucher was saying that by the time this game rolls around, he'll have much more of an idea about who is going to play against England in the first ODI. Keeps on targeting those pads really well. David Payne with that natural shake back into the right-hander. And they've got 6 players today in their lineup that played in the last ODI against Bangladesh, a series that the Proteas would rather forget. Yeah, it's brilliant. Terrific stuff this from Payne. making Janneman, Milan all at sea here. Shaping it into the right-hander, and then the one holding its line going across. Even that's a bit edgy. Down to Cook at deep third.
He comes in from a very angled run-up as well, doesn't he?
Looks like ambushed at the last minute. Coming in at 45 degrees. End of the over. 8 without loss. So it's steady from the South Africans. 2 runs and over so far. That's down to some excellent probing from these 2 opening Lions bowlers, Sam Cook and David Payne. Some good early pressure.
Starts his 3rd over of the morning. Gone for just 2 runs so far. Yeah, as you mentioned, that was no doubt a series, that 2-1 ODI series defeat to Bangladesh at home in South Africa. Losing that last game as well by 9 wickets.
Yeah, they got hammered, didn't they? Yeah.
Well and truly.
Worthy winners of that series, Bangladesh. Brilliant moment for them.
Obviously a lot in the press at the moment about South African cricketing decisions and World Cup qualifications and everything surrounding the games being played, not being played.
Well, they're kind of letting it go a bit, aren't they? That's the vibe, it seems. The upcoming tour to Australia in the winter, they wanted to rearrange, and Cricket Australia said, no, I don't think so. So that's been binned.
Well, don't know exactly what's gone on, do you? But supposedly they gave them 4 other options, and they said Cricket Australia said none of them are suitable. Obviously the schedules are pretty packed, to be honest, aren't they? But yeah, they're still obviously playing the 3 Test match series, but then not playing the ODI series, which hands the points to Australia, so that they can begin their new T20 franchise in South Africa.
Yeah, it's another illustration of the power of T20, isn't it, really? They're looking at the situation and think, well, okay, we are, 11th in the Super League table for the qualification for the World Cup in India next year. Got to get in the top 8. Australia are in 8th place at the moment. If you don't get in the top 8, obviously you have to go into a qualification tournament to the Associate Nations.
Yeah, they've got 5 versus 5, haven't they?
They'd fancy the chances of coming through that anyway.
Oh, Edge flies away for 4.
First boundary of the match. Streaky, which has been the way of the Proteas start, really. Few shots of real authority in the midst of some very, very accurate and probing bowling from these Lions openers.
They've certainly tested them, haven't they? Cook and Payne, who opened up on Tuesday. Punch a quick single to George Scrimshaw. And 5 gone, just 13 on the board for South Africa. They need to work hard. The 2 openers, Reza Hendricks and Janneman Malan.
Yeah, they've extended the cut-off, the window for the to qualify for the World Cup with points anyway that will count.
It's May, isn't it? Next May.
Year, yeah. So it's a calculated risk, obviously, from South Africa. They've chosen to prioritise their own T20, the new competition, and they want their best players to be available for that. So I guess it shows where the power of the game is obviously shifting now. Payne to continue.
As you say, that it's the top 8 teams that qualify, and they're at 11th. Yeah. I mean, they've only won 4 of the last 13 matches to get themselves points on the board. You say they're still going to Australia. They're not playing any matches that will help them in that qualification. They're just playing the test matches. In another way, I mean, it works out for Cricket Australia because it means they've got all their players available for the Big Bash.
Heaved away. First time we've seen Milan open his shoulders. Not that short from Payne, maybe just strayed a bit too leg side. And that was just a pick-up really, nothing more than that. More runs here, 4 of them. Deep fielders are down at deep third and mid-wicket. Quick outfield here, obviously, as it is around the country. Decent for batting. Hard tracks, fast outfield, so little rain around. They're just eased away by Yanam and Milan.
Still looks quite green, doesn't it, the outfield, considering, as you say, the lack of rain.
Good batting from Milan. He's just hit that 4 and he wants to keep the momentum up. Pressure on the fielders for that single. Slight fumble from captain Tom Abel. What a reply that is. What a reply that is. Sensational stuff from David Payne. No one is playing that. Wonderful delivery to finish the over. 9 runs coming from it, but what a ball to finish. I'm sure there's a batsman in the world that's going to nick that. 22 without loss after 6 overs. 4 more of the power play left. And is that the sign of a Proteas acceleration?
Well, I was just going to say Milan's come down to try and meet that one from Cook, but he's nicked it. And that's the first wicket for the England Lions. Milan, who's looking to be more aggressive, I think, and get this run rate going. Next one behind into the gloves of Ben Duckett, who's got them today.
A funny shot that in the end, really, from Milan. Got a bit close to it in the end. He was trying to run it down with a last second little dab and got himself into a bit of a tangle. And in the end, just grazed it or gloved it through to Ben Duckett. So the South Africans lose their first wicket, having had a very good over in the previous one, looking like they were about to start pressing the gas. But the Lions have checked them with that first wicket.
The incoming batter for South Africa is number 72, Rassie van der Dusen.
Milan off the back of his 100 on Tuesday, and Rassi van der Dusen, who made 4 from 5 balls, coming in at number 5 at Taunton, has made his way out to the middle. Based on Milan and Hendricks, isn't necessarily going to find it any easier. Picks his guard. There's a wicket with the first ball of Cook's over, so 5 balls to come. Cook on from this new road end. Tries to whip it off his hips. And he just stands very upright, and then at the last minute just crouches down. 33 now. Can come in the top order or lower down. Bat in the middle. $126 List A games to his name. 4,806 runs in those.
Decent average
As
too,
I
isn't it?
say, just over 50 and 50.5 is average. And the highest score of 134 not out. 10 hundreds and 30 50s. So, a fine batsman. He also scored 93 on his during his first ODI match on debut. It was against Pakistan 3 years ago. And he's got the highest career batting average in ODIs of just over 71. So, rather impressive figures. None of this was seen on Tuesday. It'll make for an interesting game today if we see any of that today. Run down to third man for a single.
Yeah, it's come to him a bit late, hasn't it, Rassi van der Dusen, but better late than never. His 30s when he made his ODI debut, and the oldest South African to hit a maiden century in one-day internationals in that series against Pakistan. 123 not out.
Yeah, I think he sort of took himself around the world, didn't he, to sort of learn the game, learn his trade, as it were, and experience lots of different conditions, which is obviously gives him good experience in the game. So 7 gone, 24 for 1. A wicket falling in on the first ball of that over from Sam Cook, dismissing Milan for 16. And 2 runs that followed.
The applause you may be able to hear on our effects mic is for Sam Cook coming down to field at deep third. The spectators just in front of him there, acknowledging their applause. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 9. Payne to continue. It's also been really good this morning. Into his 4th over, none for 15. The bulk of those came off the last over. Seen that shot a number of times from Hendricks, aiming out towards the offside and then getting the inside edge and squirming out through the square leg region.
Van der Dusen was coming down to the poke at the wicket, wasn't he, where he perhaps thought that one had pitched.
His first look at Payne.
You can say about age as well, because Payne's 31, isn't he now? It's a slightly different approach to the England Lions. They're not sort of, everyone isn't 20 years old. in this squad at the moment.
Bit full, and that's a lovely stroke. Punched away through mid-on. Just a bit full there from Payne. And Rassi van der Dusen's not going to miss out on that. Valiant effort to try and stop it on his follow through, but sweetly timed. His first 4, 29 for 1. 3 balls to go. It's a change in the field. Still obviously only 2 fielders allowed outside the 30-yard circle, but fine leg's coming up and square leg is going back to the fence. Deep third is the other fielder on the boundary. That should be 4. It's pierced the gap again, and away it runs. It's hopped over the rope and with it over the boundary boards as well. Not even dribbled into the car park there. Van der Dusen's getting going here with 2 nicely timed strokes from deliveries. You can argue over pitched, really a touch from Payne. He's giving the ball a chance to move. Length that time. Tucking Van der Dusen up. And into double figures in this over for the Proteas. Coming off that over from David Payne. 134 for 1. The South Africans. Janeman Milan out for 16. Getting too close to 1 from Sam Cook. Getting in a slight tangle and just tickling it through to Ben Duckett behind the stumps. Payne 4 overs, none for 25. It's bowled better than those figures suggest, to be honest.
Single off the first ball. Van der Dusen again making his way down the wicket to try and meet the delivery from Cook, who started brilliantly this morning. Okay, again. Single, scrim short. It's well inside the circle, but still has to come a fair way to meet it as it wasn't pushed out far from the wicket. Hendricks decides he needs to tie his laces a bit tighter if they're going to take those quick singles. Short, busy in the field today. Not had a bowl yet. Easy to spot in the field as well at 6'7".
What I want to know about batting attire. Okay, boots are important, keep them tight for running, but I never know how professional cricketers manage to keep the bottom of their trousers underneath the bottom strap of their pants. Why does it not always rise up and rub your Achilles heel as your sock falls down as well?
Big swing at that one. Hendricks, do I sense they've perhaps got slightly higher quality kit than you have?
Yes. It could well be that, yes. Could well be that. And better sock elastic, certainly.
Sock elastic. You could do like footballers do and put some sort of electrical tape or something.
Electrical tape?
You know, to keep your socks up.
Right. Is that the thing?
Or some sort
Is that
of
a
tape,
thing?
or
I
you
don't
could just
know.
buy elastic pieces, can't you? They take them up, don't they? I'm sure.
You can't use electrical tape though.
You know that
Must
sort
be
of tape.
medical tape, isn't it?
I don't know, tape. It's tape. Whatever
not
you've
though,
got on
is it?
hand. Depends
No.
what level you're playing at.
Yeah, very low level.
And you've got some medical tape for your hand at the moment.
Yeah, it's true. I have. Yeah.
You could ask them about catching as well as how to keep their trousers and
Yes.
socks in place.
Generally having ability. Can someone tell me about that, please? Nice little punch
covers,
that was.
yeah.
Yeah, nice way to rotate the strike. Pinch the bowling at the end of the over as well.
4 singles. And just ticking along, South Africa. Nothing spectacular. One to come in the power play.
I suppose we're so used to T20 cricket, aren't we? The power play.
I know, that's what I thought after 6 overs. I was like, oh,
It's got to be 10 and over.
you forget
How
now,
many
it's
wickets
50
they lost?
overs.
It's like, well, what's the rush? It's no problem, is it? Long time.
Going at 4, that's fine.
No problem at all. Here's more runs. Might be 2. At least 2.
Well, obviously it was some of a contrast, wasn't it, on Tuesday with the England Lions game going on with the, what do you call them, just the England senior team. Having
The A team and the B team.
A team,
Sort of
B
really
team.
cool back in the day.
Rather different fortunes
Yes.
against India.
Oh, just couldn't. He's tall man, David Payne. But if anyone could, he could. But not quite. That was tough. Maybe George Scrimshaw, the only one that could have given him a run for his money in terms of being able to get up to catch that.
There were a lot of ducks around in that game.
Yes, there were, weren't there? But it shows you how well the Lions played on Tuesday, the rude health that England white ball cricket is in at the moment. Looking forward to seeing Will Smead back later on and carry on his fine form. Big challenge for him. First ever 50 over domestic game for him. First domestic game full stop. 50 overs. Exclusively played T20s to this point. It's a lovely ball again from Payne.
Yeah, he did brilliantly on Tuesday, didn't he, with that 90. Only 20 years old.
Pulled away, couple of bounces and 4. Plenty of time to get into position there. Rassie van der Dusen. And with fine leg up in the circle, as tall as he is, George Scrimshaw. A safe shot, as long as you get a decent amount of bat on it, which he did. Well, he's opening his shoulders now. Van der Dusen. A pull away for 4 and then a thrash through extra cover. Not out the middle of the bat by any means, but still raced away. Back-to-back 4s to end the over. 49 for 1 as Van der Dusen just tried to take advantage of the last couple of balls of the power play. 11 coming off that over from David Payne. Van der Dusen up to 20 from just 12 deliveries. Five overs, none for 36 now for David Payne.
come back for 2. Hendricks using his wrists there. I know, like you say, you're so in that sort of T20 zone. I think, oh, power play's still on, and then not going crazy. Why is the same bowler still bowling?
It's bowled 6 over, he should be off now.
It's the first 50 over match to be seen at New Road this season. Worcester's one-day matches start on the 2nd of August. The first home game, they take on Kent, and then they've got 3 away. You see 8 games in all, and finish at home to Glamorgan on the 23rd of August. Okay, get back into 50 over mode. On that one, away for 4. Just played it late.
I mean, it was so close to first slip to say it was kind of deliberately played there. I mean, I think he was aiming for that area, obviously. There's quite a big gap between slip and deep third, but
closer than he'd
I
like.
don't think he meant to put it quite that close, Van der Dusen.
Moving around in his crease. The first 4 off Sam Cook's overs this morning, I think. Scorebook is delivery behind. No, second 4. Second 4 off his bowling this morning. 21 dot balls. And Van der Dusen just always on the move in the crease. It takes a little wander now between deliveries.
His average in ODIs though, Van der Dusen, is ridiculous. 71 it is from
It's
29
crazy,
innings.
isn't it?
A couple of hundreds, 11 50s. He's all 3 formatter for the Proteas. So part of the Rajasthan Royal squad this year's IPL that got to the final, along with Joss Butler, of course.
End of Cook's over. 56 for 1 after 11. Wicket of Milan. He went for 16. And the score was 22 for 1. It's quite an interesting squad, the South Africa one, isn't it? When you look at the sort of ages and the different experience they've got across different formats of the game and things. It's could make an interesting series next week. There's 3 matches against England.
Yeah, they'll obviously hope they can get Quinton de Kock back. Shame he's not playing today. He's still recovering from a finger injury that's kept him from hitting the ground running for the Proteas, but they'll be hoping that he's going to be fit for next week. Such a big player for them, naturally.
Quite sure what the discussion was then between Van der Dusen and the umpires, because he's demonstrating, it seems, what he has been doing in the crease, coming down to meet some of those deliveries, and the umpire was then showing him what he has been doing. They're still discussing it.
So George Scrimshaw, first change in the Lions attack. Payne 5 overs, none for 36. So here he is then, back at New Road. Part of the Derbyshire Falcons team that won here in the Blast. He does remind me of Steve Finn. See the Stephen Finn, do you see the similarities a little bit?
Yeah, even the way
He's
he
running.
walks back
Yeah.
to his mark, I think.
Generates decent pace, similar to Steve Finn and his pomp as well. We talk about the county game and whether there are too many clubs and whether it needs franchising, slimming down. I mean, I suppose Scrimshaw is the example. He's the poster boy of the value of having 18 counties, where people do get more of a chance, an opportunity if things don't work out for you at another place. Didn't quite work for him here at New Road. He had some injury troubles as well in that short spell.
Numerous injuries, hasn't he?
Couldn't get himself fit for long enough, and in the end had to kind of try and make a breakthrough elsewhere.
He had the whole of, I know it was obviously hit with COVID as well, but the whole of 2020 off, recovering from surgery the winter before on his back. And back problems come after shoulder problems and ankle problems, so
Worcestershire have had a long list of very promising young fast bowlers that have just been dogged by injury after injury. Some have never made it back, others have had to be really patient and see stop-start elements to their career. Pat Brown, of course, is now thankfully coming back to somewhere near his consistent best in the Blast this year, and Josh Tongue is also continuing and stepping up his rehabilitation. He's not played at all this year so far. Not timed at all by Van der Dusen, which is a surprise given how nicely he's connected in the last few overs.
when you're mentioning Finn, I was just looking, he was part of the England Lions team in 2011 that were here at New Road playing Sri Lanka, so 11 years ago. I was looking back at all the Lions games I've come to over the years. We've been playing at New Road.
Should be out, and is. And Scrimshaw strikes in his first over, turning Risa Hendricks round, and the leading edge pops up to extra cover, and the Lions take their second wicket. Hendricks has gone for 18. He's seen Van der Dusen cream it around New Road for the last couple of overs, and he was just trying to work it leg side, threw it a little bit early, and has popped up the simplest of catches, and he has gone. For 18 from 25. Tom Abel taking one of the easiest catches he'll ever pouch. Aidan Markram is the new batter. Here he comes. Playing 31 in Taunton on Tuesday.
Of the bowling of George Scrimshaw for 18. The incoming batter for South Africa, number 4, Aidan.
He's made two previous appearances against the Lions. Aidan Markram back in 2017. 50 in one of those innings, that down at Wantage Road in Northamptonshire. Over 3,000 runs in his 81 list day innings, decent average of 42, and has a fantastic conversion rate as well between 50s and 100s, 10 hundreds and 9 50s.
Still continues from the New Road end. single off the first ball to give Markram his first look, the new batsman in. Solidly defended. Markram came in at 4 on Tuesday as well. He scored that 31 off 38. Interesting record of opening the batting and bowling in ODIs for South Africa. His ODI debut was 5 years ago against Bangladesh. Down the ground, ends up with Van der Dussen sprawled flat out. Solidly pushed out, but over in there. Cook's figures pace are not express, but you say with that accuracy where he's pitching the ball. It's been a brilliant start from him into his 7th over. The first wicket to go of Milan. Misfield from Ahmed, who's on the field, not playing today, and as a 12th man.
Very surprised that regulation piece of fielding. Ahmed's a terrific fielder.
I say earlier, it was a shame that he's not playing today. Would have been good to see him again. Just 17 years old.
It's nicely timed. Goodness me.
Out through the covers, it will run away for 4.
I made a lovely sound off the face of Aidan Markram's bat. In the 2 games against Worcestershire Rapids, when he played for Leicestershire, he took an absolute blinder up to the Steel County ground. Riyad Ahmed, a backward point, diving full length. And he took an important one in the wind down here at New Road late on, running round from the deep at long on. So it was a surprise to see him unable to stop that regulation piece of work. Anyway, no real damage done. 67 for 2. Scrimshaw to continue into his 2nd over. That kept a bit low. Again, Van der Dussen eyeing up that leg side. There is a fielder out in the deep on the fence at square leg and at deep backward square as well. Payne is down at deep 3rd, and there's a deep cover as well. They're the 4 allowed outside from now until the 40th over. Could have come in quite a way from that square leg boundary, but still just the single. Adam Hose had to get the skates on to get in and make sure they didn't come back and pinch a second. Didn't get the chance to bat on Tuesday, Adam Hose. low, so I'm hoping he gets a dig later on this afternoon. More work for him now in the field. Cracked away, and there's a man covering, but he's not going to get across. Will Smeed is fast, but he's not that quick. Can't cut that off. Too much width and a bit short as well from Scrimshaw. And Van der Dusen in this mood is not going to miss out on that. Absolutely smashed in front of square. Smeed wasn't a million miles away from it, but that absolutely flew. It's up to 32 now, Van der Dusen. We'll pick up another one here, that's nicely controlled. Pressure back here on Scrimshaw after that early success. I mean, this is what's such a brilliant opportunity for these players. Of course, there are players that have played for England, obviously, in the Alliance side, but for those that haven't, what opportunity this is to play against players of this calibre. Both if you're a bowler, trying to figure out how to get the better of these two internationals, and then bat in hand, as we saw them down at Taunton. This is Smeed and Banton and Duckett.
You say
enjoyed themselves.
A useful game for South Africa as part of their tour and warm up, aren't they? But you say it's a great experience for the England Lions players. Obviously, some of them with more experience than others, but especially some of the youngsters and people who haven't played any England cricket. Obviously, some have been involved with England under-19s and things like that, but to have a go against the South African team is a great experience.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, the Lions have hardly played, have they, in the last couple of years?
No. Seems to be, obviously we used to have a lot more fixtures and sort of had covering teams more, didn't they, within the COVID bubbles. It wasn't necessarily England Lions, it was more reserve teams, wasn't it?
Huge first squad, really.
Yeah.
And the tour to Australia in the winter was ruined by sort of bad weather and stuff, so
yeah, it's just the one game, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Against Australia A. Jake Lintop replacing Sam Cook from the New Road end. Lintop hasn't played any List A fixtures. He's taken 70 wickets in 56 T20 matches. So 1 for 55 from 10 overs on Tuesday at Taunton for the Lions. He's taken 22 wickets in the Blast this season. For Warwickshire or Birmingham Bears.
Yeah, I think he was the leading spinner, wasn't he, in the group stages of the Blast. Bears finished top of the North Group, going out in the quarter-finals though.
In rather spectacular fashion as well.
Finals day on Saturday, of course.
It's going to be a warm day at Edgbaston. It's a long day in those temperatures.
Day. First ever Roses matches, was
yeah.
it? Finals day.
First up, isn't it? I think that one.
Well, if it's half as good as the two group games,
I was going to say, yeah, you could be in for a corker.
Historic rivals have served up we're in for a treat.
And sometimes with sort of sport, you often find the semi-finals you can get better games or tighter games, more fun games than what ends up being the final game, don't you?
Yeah, I guess teams are putting it all on the line, aren't they, just to get to the final.
Yeah. Four singles from Lintot's first over. 78 for 2 now, South Africa. 15 gone, 35 to go. It seems a long time, doesn't it? 35 to go.
Yeah.
I say, I was just looking back.
Usually saying last 5 now. Last five. Off we go.
What they're looking at, what they're looking to get. Well, looking back at the Lions games and the games they've had here at New Road, a certain Alex Gidman was in the 2007 Lions team, and they played the West Indies. That was captained by Vikram Solanki. Obviously Gidman wasn't with Worcestershire then. He was with Gloucestershire. Yeah, Vikram Solanki captained that team. Also had Batty in it, Broad, Kabir Ali. So in that team you had Jefferson, Joyce, Vikram Solanki, Shah, Yardi, Gidman, Nixon, Batty, Broad, Kabir Ali, Anderson and Bresnan. That's quite a Lions team, isn't it?
It is, yeah. A few of them there went on, didn't they?
We needed I wonder what they did after.
Anderson, I wonder what happened to him.
Name rings a bell.
Yeah.
Still, fantastic, isn't it? Watching him in those test matches in the last few weeks. Games against New Zealand and India.
This is a good start from Scrimshaw to his over. Van der Dusen's got after him in the last little while, but this is a nice reply from him. He'll try and get out of the over as best he can from here. Just one conceded off his first 3. Not a much tighter line so far. Already seen Van der Dusen savage on anything slightly in his arc offline. All there. Out away it goes. Not got all of it. He's kind of wedged it out into the outfield. It won't even go for 4. Underclubbed by a couple there, I think.
Could be up at St Andrews.
Yeah. Yeah.
Controversy in the golf world, isn't there? You say about money and what
don't go there,
talks.
Sam.
I know. He's thinking about the South African cricket, and then I was walking down the canal the other day near where we live, and there was a guy on a canal boat, and he was talking to someone else, and he just, exactly as I walked past, I heard him say,
Oh, lovely. That is super from Van der Dusen. Umpire just checking. Nick Cook to check that's gone all the way. It has. Beautifully executed ramp. Just the merest of deflections off the bat, using the pace of Scrimshaw, and nice and fine, and the deep square leg nowhere near getting in the vicinity of that. Top shot is up to 43 now. That's not such a great effort though. Inside edge down into the ground, I think.
yeah.
So Scrimshaw hasn't been able to get out of that over unscathed. 87 for 2, so 9 runs coming from that.
Yeah, I'll finish it because I think it's relevant to what we're saying. And the man
So
said,
the man on the canal didn't say,
no,
a lovely
he
ramp
didn't say, "What a
shot." He
from
didn't
Van
say
der
that.
Dusen."
No.
You know,
Oh,
he
okay.
wasn't having a premonition.
Sorry, yeah, go on.
I thought I'd pause because it was such a great shot. And we say the pace from Scrimshaw. No, he said money's the root of all evil. So it was quite a moment for us to walk past to just hear that snippet as he announced that.
Did he have a beard and wearing sandals?
Great stop by Lintop. No, he was cleaning his boat. I can't recall what he was wearing.
His fishing boat?
No, just his barge.
Net 12 other people there helping him? No?
No, definitely not.
Okay.
But I thought, well, how true, really? At times. But no, if he'd said what a great ramp shot from Van der Dussen, then that would have been interesting. But no, money talks, I'm afraid. I'm saying about sort of coming late to the game as well. Obviously Lintop gave up his career in teaching. It was Markram this time. Attempts a ramp type shot, but off the bowling of Lintop, and it goes away for 4 in the end. Not able to be fielded cleanly. The sun's shining. He's down there.
Well, you don't see that every day, do you?
No.
A ramp shot off a spinner.
Off a spinner. No. It's one thing using the pace of George Scrimshaw, of which there is a lot of pace. He can hit the...
It's an altogether
90 miles an
different
hour,
shot, isn't it? I
Yeah.
mean, it's easier in the way that you've got more time to get into position, obviously. But then you've got to try and generate the
I was
power.
going to say, you've got to put all that power pace on it yourself. We ended up with 4 Markram.
I also think there's far less margin for error for ending up looking very silly if you do that to a spinner, isn't there?
Yeah.
If you do it to a quick, it's like, you're crazy for even trying it, mate, really. But if he bowls you or hits you, whatever it is you're caught, it's like, well, that was brave to have a go. Whereas with a spinner, it's like, nah.
Get that one through the covers. I can't actually think of when I've ever seen anyone try it against a spinner.
I'm sure they have.
They must have done,
no,
but I can't recall
remember.
anything obvious.
No.
Well, not this season either, and it's a greater test of the memory to go back in previous seasons.
It was kind of Dilshan, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Sri Lankan batter who kind of coined it originally years ago. But I don't think he started doing it against the...
not against a slower
Someone
bowler.
will know, but I certainly haven't seen it done against a spin bowler for a while, if ever, really. But maybe we'll see it more often now, because that was a good shot. Managed to just get enough on it to turn it away for 4.
Maybe they'll try it against Moeen Ali next week or something.
Let's see. We'll know where we've seen it then, if that happens. Scrimshaw to continue. Thrashed again from Van der Dussen, but straight to Smeed. He's up to 45. Now stand by your beds if he gets to 50. Because you know what normally happens when Rassi Van der Dussen gets to a half century. He invariably turns it into 3 figures. But he's 5 away at the moment. And just the single down to Payne. That's in List A cricket, of course. Rassi Van der Dussen has this very nice tendency to get to 50 and then convert to 3 figures. 9 half centuries and 10 tons. That's one way of keeping him quiet. Going back to the England ODI defeats, white ball defeats. Probably I should clarify the T20 series and against India, and then first defeat, second match today, a bit later on. I mean, there's a school of thought that thinks it's probably a good thing, actually. That, they've had some defeats after the champagne cricket of the Test series against New Zealand. As Mo and Ali was saying, that maybe it'll turn out to be a good thing.
I suppose it's a headline then, isn't it, when someone says it's a good thing we lost. If you read the full quotes in the interview then from Mo and Ali, I understand the point about sometimes you learn more from losing. You can't just always keep winning and winning, that sometimes the learning comes from the defeats. But it was the sentence that was, it's not that we don't want to win now, but you don't want to win all of the games. Perhaps it's just the way it comes across, because obviously you do want to win all of the games, because surely that's what you set out to do, but that you might come away with more lessons learnt from a defeat. I suppose it will be how they bounce back today, really, won't it?
Yeah, good work from Hayne to make sure that over ends with a dot ball. 96 for 2, so 3 runs only off that from George Scrimshaw. Yeah, it's high octane but high risk, isn't it, Bazball? And interesting to read about the comments of Mark Boucher as well, because he was asked after the build-up to this series actually about his impression of how Bazball's gone and how England's new mentality to red ball cricket, and he was saying that, he understands why they're doing it. It's very typical of Brendan McCullum, and is the way inevitably that red ball cricket he thinks will go. But a huge caveat is that, you've got to pick your moments though, because it's not going to work all the time. And we've seen the pitches in England, the balls as well, are going soft as they seem to be doing right across the country in county cricket this summer, so they don't swing so much.
Especially if you don't use up all your overs.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's not such a problem.
Yeah, there are no better conditions for Bazball to come into the world, is there? But you're going to have to adapt, and Will Smead said after Taunton, in a way it's still a T20, but they kind of have it in their head that they do have more time. So if they do have to soak up a few balls and play the situation more, then that's okay. They've got time. There'll be a slow realisation that you can't go 100 miles an hour every single time.
That's why each game is different, isn't it? Each game, each wicket, each ground, everything will be on its own merit, won't it? So whilst it will then work some days, and also just depending on your opponent, and when you get against that India attack in the form they were, that is very difficult to face. And it does make you look a bit daft when you come away with a scorecard like that. Obviously not the lowest score they've ever come away with. But I suppose it was interesting then off the back of those test matches, wasn't it, where it had worked so well for the team, and like you say, all this the hype around the new people involved and how different it all is, and whether it is that different, and it's the approach, and perhaps just the sort of mental side of the game on we're going to win, we're going to take it to the opponent, we're not scared. And it would be interesting just to see how that filters down into all cricket. I think some of the guys at Middlesex were commenting on that with Worcester's run chase yesterday, and just perhaps there's just a feeling within the game that you're going to approach it slightly differently.
And if you do predominate your team with those sorts of players, then inevitably that style is going to be adopted and it seeps more into the DNA. I mentioned Worcester yesterday. I mean, they have that man in Ed Pollock, don't they?
Yeah.
He's had a pretty wretched season certainly in T20 cricket, which is ostensibly why he was brought to New Road from Warwickshire for this season. He's done okay in red ball cricket, but it's very up and down. And
it's only his second century of the of the summer, wasn't it?
But it's his first Red Bull centrist full stop, so he's learning his way into the game, and I suppose trying to tweak his attacking instincts. But in a run chase yesterday on a difficult pitch, it's like, yeah, that's if you've got the players, that's a decent strategy. So it's pretty low risk, because if he comes off, you win the game. If he doesn't, then you go to plan B.
Well, also, I suppose he had license to go out and attack that. They had, a big chunk of yesterday, and they would have had today to score those runs. But obviously, it doesn't necessarily help to have that much time. But he went out, he could play in that way, and you knew that he and Libby aren't the two batsmen in form in county cricket for Worcester. So you've got the players that were scoring more of the runs in Red Bull still to come. So I suppose those two, perhaps, were they given licence to just go out and see what happened after, 10 overs. I mean, it wasn't great bowling from Middlesex first up against two very good bowlers and the experience of Murtagh and things, but as you say, if it comes off, it looks great.
100 is up for South Africa. Just 4 runs coming off that Jake Lintott over. Van der Dusen is a single away from a half century. Decent rate, and Markram's been the more subdued partner. 17 from 20.
Scrimshaw 1 for 23 from his 4. He had none for 60 from his 8 on Tuesday. Only 6 of the South African innings has come from the bowling of George Scrimshaw with that ramp.
We have number 94, Benny Howell.
So Scrimshaw is replaced at the Diglis end by Benny Howe. Scrimshaw 4 overs, 1 for 23. Lintott 3 overs, none for 14, just to finish his figures for that over. So we're going from pace to a never-ending variety of slower balls from Benny Howe. Up comes Duckett. Bring Van der Dusen down. That single, 1 away from a half century. There it is. Half century from Rassie van der Dusen off 42 deliveries, with 6 fours and 1 6. It's his 31st in List A cricket.
I think the other thing with England is, and the coaching side and Brendan McCullum involved, is how long might this sort of bubble last. It feels like, could it be a bit like when you've got a new manager in football? You never want to play a team when they've just appointed a new manager, do you? It's, I don't mean that the bubble's going to burst, but it would be interesting just to see, another year down the line, and
You have that inevitable bounce, don't you?
Yeah, but also then how if it doesn't keep working your way and there's a dip or some defeats, and then again how you bounce back up again from that, and the approach they take, I suppose.
Oh, that's superb! I wasn't sure whether that carried to Benny Howe, and I'm not sure Aidan Markram did either. Nonchalant stuff. really good catch. Wasn't 100% where that might have been a bump ball. And I think most of the crowd were unaware that actually was a catch. But fantastic grab down low from Benny Howe. And Markram's gone for 19. And the Lions take their third wicket. 104 for 3. So they keep chipping away here.
Fantastic catch.
It was so casual. It's almost like my first impression was, he's just well fielded on his follow through.
He just flicked it back up.
Picked it up. Actually, that was the catch, boys. On you go. Great work. So George Scrimshaw took a wicket in his first over, and so has Benny Howe. Must be something about that digless end. Here comes the new man, Henrik Clasen.
The incoming batter for South Africa is number 45, Henrik Clasen.
It's like Moeen Ali's dismissal on Tuesday, wasn't it? Krishna went down really low to take that return catch.
Just in the replay again, Markham can't believe it. He can't believe he's held that. But he has. Very, very good indeed. Heinrich Clasen, the new man then. That's how got in store for him. Knuckle ball, curve ball, slider, fast ball.
Called using all your experience.
Oh, he's a baseball, that, wasn't he? Benny Howe.
Not a youngster anymore.
The end of a successful over for Benny Howe and the England Lions. 104 for 3, a wicket and only 4 runs coming from that. There are the Lions bowling figures. Payne bowled much better than those figures suggest, actually. Really well first up. But with the power play and only 2 fielders out, some edges went for 4. Cook, Scrimshaw and now Howe, the successful bowlers for Tom Abel's Lions.
Well, neither Scrimshaw or Howe took a wicket on Tuesday. Both chipped in with one today. Driven straight to Howe's. Down at long on. Lintott couldn't quite get there himself.
20 overs gone, Sal.
Oh.
You're feeling it now.
At least we've got seats.
That's true. That is true.
We are sitting down today for the T20 commentary. We're normally up on a balcony, standing. Those 40 overs.
Now that's more of the regulation sort of. That's as close to a ramp as we normally get with
more of a
slow
sweep
bowler.
ramp.
Yeah, so a paddle, isn't it?
Paddly.
Fair play to Aidan Markram for that ramp shot off Lintott before he was out. Shot by Clasen's a lot more like it. Seems to keep a bit low as well, that one from Lintott. Look at his toe of the bat, Van der Dusen.
I think there was a match the other day when Stuart Broad was doing a bit of the commentary, and he said it's interesting, isn't it, every time a batsman doesn't time a shot, they have a look at their bat. Oh, I didn't time it, I'll just check my bat. There's something wrong with the bat.
Well, here you go, Clasen might do it here. No, he's going to blame the pitch. There we go.
Blame the pitch or the bat. Something to do with workmen and their tools. Again,
Well, that was one for a ramp.
It was, but he went downwards with that one though, rather than upwards. Trying it all, South African batsman.
I mean, you touched on it earlier, Sal, but it's a great story, Jake Lintott's, isn't it? Breaking into.
I thought you meant mine about the man on the canal.
No.
No, Lintott says yes. I don't blame him. I'd give up a job in teaching to play cricket professionally. Well, I don't think I'd ever be allowed into teaching in the first place.
But Warwickshire took a punt on him, didn't they?
Yeah.
After he couldn't cut it at Hampshire and Gloucestershire. With his trial up at Edgbaston back in 2019, they saw something and kept in touch over the COVID nightmare. And then he came in 2020, made an impact. He was very good again last year. Won his deal, his wild card deal in the 100 with Southern Brave, and then of course we know what happened there. They went on to win it. So what a last 12, 18 months it's been for him, and now here he is playing for England Lions.
He's 29 years old. So this is his first list A fixture. Everybody loves a story like that, don't they?
Be it on a canal, or be it finally making the grade after all your hard work as a cricketer.
Well, it shows, doesn't it? If you keep putting in the hard work. Obviously had a talent. And say with the figures in this year's Blast, everyone's well aware of his talent with that left arm, but obviously Birmingham would have rather liked to have seen that at finals day on Saturday. Not to be after a rather disappointing quarter-final.
That's big. That's very big from Heinrich Clasen. A little bit short from Benny Howell, at his pace. Is going to sit up into position very quickly and absolutely belted away. Cleared that leading leg out the way slightly, although all the weight was on the back foot, almost waiting for that. Clasen.
School children around the ground need to keep their eyes on the ball. It's great to see so many school children on their school trips coming to the cricket today. Fantastic opportunity for them to see the England Lions and some names, as well as South Africa.
Wisely, Sal, there right at the back of that little mini stand. It's only maybe 8-10 seats deep.
Well, they've kind of got the whole stand for themselves nearly, haven't they, that one over there?
It's nicely bowled by Howell. A slower ball, it was in the air, but fortunately for Clasen it was in the gap between Lintott and Hayne.
There are quite a few that ran in front of the hotel as well.
Yeah, they've quietened down, haven't they? Because they went big early on.
They did
on
with
England,
the chance.
didn't they?
Well, they'd added a syllable to England as well. It was much more of a football.
As you do in Wembley.
Well, I don't. But no, they're having fun, which is great. No, it's good. Good on the schools for bringing them down, rather than me shepherding 30 children or so.
Speaking, they should be working today.
Sometimes I think you just learn so much more, don't you, being out the classroom?
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, we had a note yesterday saying school might be shut on Monday and Tuesday due to extreme temperatures.
Extreme heat, yes.
To which I think a lot of the parents said, well, we can pop down on Sunday and open the windows if that helps. But no. So it might be a paddling pool day. I don't know what else to call it. It's
what is it, 33, 34? Higher than that?
Possibly even
36.
higher, yeah. But it's keeping the buildings cool. And obviously it is very high temperatures that we're just not really cut out for here, are we? Are used to. I think it's sort of 21, 22 or something around there today.
At what point do the railways melt?
Oh, they probably melted about 20 degrees.
Probably, yeah.
If it's not leaves, it's a temperature of 20.
First reverse paddle we've seen
Just
today.
is it the first of the reverses? Yeah, they've had to move the school summer performance as well to 9 a.m. on Wednesday and Thursday because Tuesday is
To 3 o'clock in the morning.
Tuesday is too hot for afternoon and tea time performances. No one would want to be in a school hall at 34 degrees watching a group of pirates, mermaids and parrots.
It's well fielded by Sam Hain because that was absolutely drilled by Van der Dusen.
Stung his hand, hasn't it?
Lintott just checking he's okay. And he's fielding right on the edge of a used strip where it's quite bare at one end, obviously. And that smacked into that hard, exposed mud just as he was getting his fingers under the ball.
One running away and come back for a second. It's possibly just going to keep racing away towards the rope.
Our school's open.
Sorry?
We've had the letter, our school's still open.
It's still open. Well, it could all change. I wouldn't get your hopes up. Well, you normally just used to it with cold weather, aren't you? Something, you know, a pipe bursting or heating
Snow.
breaking, snow, teachers can't get in.
COVID.
But it's I think a new one on me to, certainly as a parent, to
You just have to make
extreme
sure
temperatures.
your children get sent in and they're sort of 99% sun cream, aren't they?
Yeah.
1% human, 99% sun cream.
Before you
Zinc.
go in.
Lintott wants a change here.
He's
gonna
marshalling
get,
some fielders, isn't he?
Yeah, he's
Beckett's
going to
marshalling the
get
others.
David Payne a bit finer down at deep backward square.
One drilled back past Lintott. He ends up on the floor and it goes away for 4. Hose can't come round to cut that one off.
Absolutely drilled this by Van der Dusen. Giving a bit more air from Lintott and sort of dropped nicely right on the popping crease in his arc. And that was too hot for Lintott to handle on his follow through.
Oh yeah, and Van der Dusen up to 61. That one easier field for Hain, as you say, on those wickets.
If we'd have been in a cartoon, that would have gone to the boundary with a streak of fire behind it, wouldn't it?
Like in like when you had what was it, the Road Runner or Looney Tunes?
Yeah, something like that.
Don't make them like that anymore.
128 for 3. How he never got wise to, this random bag of seed. I must stop and eat it. 128 for 3 after 23 overs. 27 to go. Decent run rate here for the Proteas in order to really kick on. 7 wickets in hand. First game, knew that the prowess of this England Lions and the fearlessness of this England Lions batting lineup will fancy their chances whatever they manage to post. 319 wasn't enough down at Taunton.
I think
Different situation here slightly with the ground, but
to have got it with so many overs in hand as well.
was it 77 balls, I
I
think?
think it was 12.5 overs. So,
6 wicket win. Good hands again from Hal. That was more runs. That might even be 4 because it was very straight. There is a man down there at long on. It's quite wide. So I fancy if that had missed Howell, it would have gone wide of the stumps on the right side as far as Van der Dusen was concerned, further away from the fielder. Should be out, and a very, very simple catch. And Van der Dusen has been undone again by this really skillful exponent of these slower deliveries. Benny Howell's tricks have worked again.
Far easier catch than the one to dismiss marker for Benny Howell.
Second Protea batsman to perish off a leading edge, and it's the man in terrific form, Rassie van der Dusen, that's gone out for 61. Very good innings, was looking ominous for the Lions, and Benny Howell has done for him. A caught and bowled, thanks very much. And David Miller is the new batter.
Rassie van der Dusen was caught bowled by Benny Howell for 61. The incoming batter for South Africa.
Second wicket, and his second caught and bowled.
David Miller.
The last time I saw two caught and bowls.
I was just thinking that. It must be quite rare. So they're not exactly common as it goes, are they, caught and bowls, and then two in the innings for Howell so far.
He reckons he's got, what, 50 varieties of slower ball,
Yeah.
Benny Howell, so he says. Not sure which number that was.
Ask him afterwards.
Yeah.
That's a lot though, isn't it?
Done in with the
50.
number 26.
It's like a takeaway menu.
Yeah.
If you asked him what's he bowled through and over, I've had a 26, a 13, a 49.
Could be its own WhatsApp group, couldn't it? He's got me with a 2. Oh, I was done with a 16. Anyone ever had a 50 yet? No.
What's the most common number of your 50 variety? It's like a Heinz, isn't it?
Could go on and on.
Howell's 57 variety.
I tell him after he's got to work on 7 more.
7 more we need,
Please,
and then we
Benny.
can have a t-shirt made.
Yeah. We could tin them, we can do all sorts.
Well, you could make it into, a card, couldn't you? A bingo card. But you'd need him to tell you what he'd bowled.
He's doing the trick here for the Lions splendidly, Benny Howell. 131 for 4. So just 132 for 4. Beg your pardon, 4 runs coming off that over. 24 gone, 26 remain. Almost at the halfway point. And then out Milan for 16. Risa Hendricks can't carry on his superb record against the Lions. He was out for 18. Markram for 19. And Van der Dusen for a very nicely crafted 61. Change of ends here for George Scrimshaw. Bowled his 4 overs from the Diglis end. Now he's having a go from the New Road end.
Yes, 4 went for 23. And took the wicket of Risa Hendricks. He was caught by Tom Abel. For 18. Full delivery. First up.
Miller got a aggressive half century down at Taunton. 55 from 36 balls. Famed for his ability to clear the ropes, of course.
in the arc, it's out the park.
That's, I believe, the phrase.
Single that time though. Been fairly close. Adam Hose with the throw.
Yeah, direct hit there. Might have had Miller concerned.
Who recently joined the coverage. 2 players for the Lions not playing today from their squad, Rian Ahmed and Tom Banton, who are missing out today. Banton, who made 57 down at Taunton, and Ahmed took 3 for 54 from his 6 overs. Neither of them playing today.
I think Ahmed's gone back off the field as well, hasn't he?
He has, yeah. I think he went back just after we saw him with those bits of fielding.
Yeah, I
One
don't
misfield and one after.
I didn't actually deduce who was on for in the end.
No, because I saw him go back off, but I didn't see anyone, go past him. So they must have already snuck on. Scrimshaw beats Miller with that one. 2 singles from the over so far. Miller 3 from 5. So he made 50 on Tuesday. 55 from 36. List A average of just over 40. Played 245 List A games, David Miller.
He's another one of the Proteas powerhouses, isn't he, David Miller? Won the IPL this year with Gujarat.
Yeah, he's very hard hitting, and can play front and back foot.
Still known as Killer Miller, is he?
Well, maybe just to his friends.
Renowned finisher of games.
He's great in the field as well. And he's got a best of 139 within those List A fixtures he's played. 39 50s as well within those 245 games.
He's now facing the slow sorcery of Benny Howe. He's really picked up 2 wickets. Here we go. Mixing up the off spin now. Well, obvious off spin. More orthodox off spin. In terms of the action and the approach. Could argue that his regulation stuff is like just a cooker off spin, but now he goes back to off a slightly longer run, or compared to his first delivery, an enormous run. Heinrich Clasen, the batter now, following that single. Crowding the offside. Sam Haynes come in at short cover. Mid-off, point, short third, cover point is on the fence. Boundary riders out at long on, mid-wicket, deep square leg. Probably outside the line and playing a shot. Howell's on his own appeal.
School children have made their way round to the side of the Graham Hick Pavilion, and where the South African players who aren't part of the team. 12 men are sitting, getting autographs from a number of the South Africans. Quentin de Kock down there.
Certainly keeping the batters on their toes here, Benny Howell. Going back to more orthodox off spin now. Seemed to keep a bit low on Miller, but he's eked it out for a single. End of the over. 26 overs gone now. 138 for 4. Benny Howell 4 overs, 2 for 20. His excellent figures so far. 2 for him, 1 for George Scrimshaw, and 1 for Sam Cook, the successful Lions bowlers. Rassie van der Dusen top scoring for the Proteas so far, 61. Or he was one of 2 caught and bowls for Benny Howell. Scrimshaw to carry on into his 6th over now. 5 overs, 1 for 26.
Good to see him back bowling with pace again after all those injuries. An 83.5 registering miles an hour. Yeah, a little bit from Miller to mid-wicket. Mid-wicket, mid-on. Dab down. Ben Duckett takes that one. Miller goes for a little walk. It's not a huge run-up that George Scrimshaw's got, given the pace he does bowl at. Obviously it's not a direct correlation. Miller hits it on very hard, but he'll only get a single for that.
Seems like he has a nice rhythm though, Scrimshaw, his approach to the wicket. He's tall, wiry, and he gets that whip in that delivery stride as the arm comes over.
Yeah.
So you get the sort of feeling, a bit as mentioned earlier about when similarities with Steve Finn. I mean, I know he had a very long run up, then he went very short by comparison. But he seems to hold momentum and speed right up to the wicket. He seems to be delivering it at his quickest point. So yeah, although it's not a massive sprint to the crease, a big flurry of arms and legs, economic, and you can see where he generates the pace with that late whip.
It's a fast arm, isn't it? And then coming from that height as well. I suppose it'd be interesting. I can't think back, obviously, with the injuries and the brief time, or being at Worcestershire, obviously we're here, but then moving to Derbyshire once Worcestershire had let him go with those injury problems, whether he's shortened that run up at all from those injuries with the back and the back surgery. But I'm sure he said he's focus on getting fit and getting back to where he was pre the recent back injuries and that operation, and just generating that pace and also with some accuracy, and see what potentially England make of him in the future.
Yeah, none for 60 from his 8 overs on Tuesday. He's taken 23 wickets in the Blast this year, 37 in his last 2 years of playing that form of the game. Obviously rewarded. The England management have seen something they like. It's a collection of current stars, some older players and up-and-comers as well. It's a nice blend the Lions have. 142 for 4.
I think there's interest, isn't there, as soon as someone can hit 90 miles an hour. He's 24 now, Scrimshaw.
Yeah, I mean, England's problem is keeping them fit, isn't it? Fast bowlers.
There's numerous questions around that, isn't there, and how best to do that and how much to bowl. You know, whether regular bowling is actually helps because you condition your body.
Well, we'll ask Matt Potts. I mean, he's bowled and bowled and bowled this summer, and doesn't seem to be doing him any harm. Oh, way more than anybody else.
South Africa have got Rabada out at the moment as part of his workload management. He will be back for the Test series, the next Test series. Well, I think we mentioned it in one of the T20 games, but I think when Darren Gough was involved in some commentary, he believed bowlers should be bowling for 11 months of the year to maintain that rhythm and that, as you say, that sort of conditioning and that fitness.
It's so hard though, isn't it? Because everybody's physiology is so different. There isn't a one size fits all sort of situation. And that's pumped away. It's got all the way, just bouncing over the boundary rope, canning into the advertising hoardings. Again, a bit short from Benny Howe, and Clasen onto it in a flash.
Also, it's that if you've got perhaps a bowling action or technique, obviously as long as it's legal, that suits your body, that you don't always want that to be coached out of you if it's not perhaps technically correct or, you know, in the manual. But it works, as you say, for your body, the makeup of your body, the way your sort of joints are, your build, everything. You don't want someone to necessarily say, oh, and actually, no, that's wrong. You need to do it like this, because that's sometimes where the injuries come in as well. You mentioned Anderson earlier, didn't we, with the Lions, but many years back. But you can't always do that to people. That can bring on its own injury problems, can't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's a shame that he's not playing today, Rehan Ahmed. Slapped away. There's a slight touch on it, but not enough. Away it goes for 4. It's a valiant effort from the captain, Tom Abel, as that was slashed towards him. 4 to end the over. 155 for 4. So 13 runs coming from that over from Benny Howe. Clasen up to 28 from 25. 155 for 4. Yeah, just to finish the point on Ahmed, I mean, young leg spinner. When a leg spinner has success like he did with England under-19s in the recent World Cup, and obviously making his senior debut this year for Leicestershire and in the Lions shake-up, everyone's very excited, as we tend to get with leg spinners in particular. But the key thing for his development has been, even from a young age, that the thing you were saying is, like, yes, he's got great potential, but it's about not overcoaching him. You know, don't get into him in that way, in terms of telling him to do this or changing that or focusing on that. And that's very much been the mantra for him, to just let his natural talent sort of develop the way he wants it to, really, or the way his body is suited.
If he understands his game and what he's trying to achieve and things, and like you say, sometimes you can't get too involved. I think Paul Collingwood was speaking after one of the recent Test matches, and he was asked about Potts, obviously with Durham, and saying, "Oh, you've obviously been aware of him for a number of years." And he said, "Well, you know, when did you first see that talent? What did you think?" He said, "Well, we're playing a county, a 4-day game. I can't think where he said it was, and I was captain. And I said, oh, you know, and brought him on to bowl. I said, oh, what do you like? A couple of slips, and it was one of his first games. He said, no, I normally have 3 or 4 slips. And Potts, he was like, oh, okay then, confident young man. But he knew how he bowled, what his role was, what he wanted the field to be, and away he went. So.
Yeah, I think Ahmed has that about him as well. He bowled really well down at Taunton. Clearly gives it a rip. Getting good players out as well.
Dismissed Moeen Ali here, didn't he, in the T20 here?
Yeah, he's been schooled through the Nottinghamshire Academy, playing, of course, at Leicestershire. Even when he was, people first noticed him, it was the nets, wasn't it, when he got the England players out. He got Root, Cook and Stokes out in the nets back in, when he was 13, I think it was. So
they invite people, don't they, to come and bowl at them in the nets, don't they?
It was interesting that even after all of that kind of course, everyone wants to talk to him and talk to this young lad and what he's just done, and an amazing thing, and stay with him forever and all that. Got these great England players out. And they deliberately didn't put him up to the media, which was
especially at 13, 14,
totally.
You don't want to be, do you? In a couple more years he'll have all the media training. Just give you all the answers you didn't want.
You see those people there, avoid them, go the other way.
And when they ask you this, you say that. It's a game of 2 halves.
To a player, cricketers, in my experience, have always been absolutely excellent.
Yeah.
To deal with and to talk to.
I don't know, I think most of them hide from me because I was likened to Michael Parkinson, because I always got quite a grilling. And I never actually left after a few minutes of when you only want a few questions, and half an hour later.
She's still going. End of the over, 159 for 4. 4 runs coming off that over. Clasen 29 at run a ball. Miller 15 from 17. Approaching the last 20. How to continue. Miller on strike. Approaches still have 6 wickets in the tank.
I think that's also what's been refreshing with England. You know, when we were discussing it earlier, in the sort of change in attitude or change in feeling, and the way they wanted to go after those run chases and things like that. But it's some of the interviews, the interviews from Ben Stokes and people he's been very honest with his answers. Sort of the game situations and what he's wanted to do and what he's wanted from the team, and I think that's been
because the questions will change, and they will get a bit more points, and they will get a bit more harder to handle if results continue to be as they are at the moment.
I think that was one of the questions to him, that it's going well now, so these interviews are fairly easy. How are you going to cope and approach it when you're not winning?
But it is going well now, but because they got the best 4, 5, 6 in the world. But even though they did win those games against New Zealand and those amazing chases, I know Alex Lees got runs in the last game, but again the top 3, it's a bit hit and miss. There is still that fragility there.
They were strange test matches with that respect, weren't they? Because the runs were just coming from the middle orders from both teams. But yeah, how are you going to be as a captain in the dressing room when it isn't going your way, when you're not winning, when the heads are down?
Well, I'm sure it'll be great as well, Stokes. Seems to have. I know everyone was saying there wasn't any other choice, but it seems to be more and more obvious that even if there had been a wide variety of candidates, then Stokes would have been the standout anyway. That's a lovely smack through the covers by David Miller. 167 for 4. What I love most about Bazball is the fact that it takes all the hand-wringing and all the angst and worry about the toss and what to do with it out the window, doesn't it? Because if you play cricket at a level, you'll know that what dictates the toss is normally how many players have turned up and how many are to come.
Have you got an 11 at 1 o'clock?
I just love the fact that Stokes says, no, we'll have a bowl, I fancy chasing, we'll bat last.
You set us something, we'll chase it down.
Knock it off, yeah.
And the grounds will make the last day free and everyone will come in.
Oh, that's big, but not big enough. Howell's got another. And David Miller has holed out to long on. And South Africa lose a 5th wicket. And Benny Howell's bagged a 3rd. And the dangerous Miller has gone. He thumps the blade of his bat in frustration with the back of his glove. I reckon it was there for the shot, but just the angle was wrong. Wanted to get it a lot straighter.
Someone going to say to him it was in the arc, but it didn't go out the park.
No, you can go and tell him.
No, I'll let one of those children waiting for the autographs to go.
Wise, I would suggest.
There's autographs and selfies going on. And the South African team being very willing.
And Dile Petrokwayo is the new batter. Coming in at the fall of David Miller. The Lions have done well to nip that Miller innings in the bud. 167 for 5. So a little bit of pressure now on the Proteas. Adam Hose with that take on the fence to give Howell his 3rd wicket. Saw it all the way into those hands. Adam Hose having a very good white ball season with Warwickshire or Birmingham, strictly speaking.
Is number 23, Adile Petrokwayo.
So 20 overs to go.
That's what we're normally used to.
Yeah. Game 2 starting now.
Yeah.
How mixing up his speeds well there.
We have number 96, Jake Lintott.
End of the over. 167 for 5. So a wicket and 8 runs coming from that over from Benny Howell. Narrowly not his best list day bowling figures. They were 3 for 37.
It's a sweeping round to Lintott. Clasen on 30 from 32. Runs on ahead from Lintott. His first ball to Leclerc, giving us a wide.
Yeah, whether he thought that was a slight tickle on that, through to Duckett, take it anyway.
Big appeal, but mainly from Lintott and Duckett behind the stumps. Lintott into his 6th over. He's going to jog in and do the fielding. And on the boundary in front of us. Leclerc, 26 years old. Played 123 list day games and taken 140 wickets. 5.67 and over. Lintott exclaims again. 3 singles and the 1 wide as well in his 6th over. 172 for 5 South Africa after 31. Wasn't an easy start for them. Fairly slow. 22 off the first 6. 49 for 1 then after 10. And 104 for 3 after 20. And the men out were Milan, Hendricks and Markram. And then falling since Rassi van der Dussen and David Miller.
Yeah, they're going along just over 6 in the last 10, aren't they?
Yeah, they upped it a bit after that sort of slow start, but it was slow because of the accurate bowling from Cook and Payne.
So we're looking to target around about 300 again, weren't they, South Africa, from this position? With what, 18 and a half overs to go.
I won't speak while you do the math.
I'm not doing any math.
Oh, I thought that's what the pause was.
That's as mathy as my math gets.
I thought that's why you were pausing.
It's just a statement. It's not even a. It's not even a mental exercise. I'm going to say play to your strengths, but it's playing to your weaknesses, really.
India have won the toss and chosen to field again at Lords.
How well have they bowled? Crikey! Both
There
in
has
the
been some
T20 series
fantastic
and in the
bowling.
ODIs. My word. Well, it's not just Bumrah either.
I think there's been some great fielding all summer across all the formats, really, with in the international games. Think of some of those spells from Bolt and people. So we talked about Anderson's. And you say some of the Indian bowling. Well, Tuesday was an example right in front of you.
Well, Bhuvaneshwar Kumar and Hardik Pandya down at Hampshire were Absolutely sensational. I've never seen anyone swing the white ball as much as those two did. You're not meant to do that, are you? The white ball's not meant to, everyone says it doesn't move. It's been the difference so far. They've got more out of it certainly than England have. That'll be a really intriguing, fascinating second match today.
You're standing in your creasing. It's not meant to do that.
Yeah.
Stop it. Lintott again. That one's in the air, but one bounce four. Away from Clasen. Moves on to 37.
Yeah, really nice placement from Clasen in the end. That bottom hand coming through right at the last minute just to steer it into that gap away from deep mid-wicket.
Got it over Sam Hain this time. Gone straighter, but again, one bounce four. Hose can't get round to cut that one off. Straight down the ground this time. Over the top, but safe. And 2 fours to start this 7th over from Jake Lintott. None for 42. Clasen made 51 on Tuesday.
Say again. Might a cup of tea now, actually, to be honest.
Is that the tea trolley?
I don't know. He's hoping.
You can nip and get one. Not from the trolley. You can get it from the machine at the end of the.
I think I've missed the trolley, Sal. That's gone.
At the end of the hall.
Yeah, well, still got most of this second T20 match to get through here. 18 overs to go.
Pacing yourself. Oh, that's beaten. Who is it?
It's Payne.
Beaten Payne, isn't
on
it?
the edge of the circle,
Payne,
yeah.
78.
Should have stopped it, really. I mean, he connected with it really well. That's required. Straight through David Payne on the edge of the circle.
Follows up with a single. It was the 3rd 4 of the over as well. After that misfield. Payne swings his left arm round as if he's madly warming up. Wants to come back on and bowl, as opposed to that being the reason for the misfield. Clasen doesn't time that one. Smead will field that to end the over. Jake Lintott 7 for 49. 7 none for 49. His figures this morning. South Africa move on to 189 for 5. 33 gone, 17 to come. Howell with 3 wickets. 1 for George Scrimshaw, 1 for Sam Cook. Sam Cook, who started brilliantly this morning. 7 overs, 1 for 27. Clasen eyeing up another half century. So go with the 51 from 35 on Tuesday.
David Payne then back into the attack, replacing Benny Howe. Payne 5 overs, none for 36. So he's got 5 overs potentially left. 17 to go. 189 for 5. Run rate getting up towards 6. A bit more of a test for Payne in this second spell. Back at the Diglis end. He was very good early on and not flattered by those figures for those first 5 overs. But there'll be certainly less movement now than was available to him this morning. Wind has got up here at New Road as well. And a single to Clasen, nudged off his hips. Boundary riders out at cover, deep third, fine leg, mid wicket. Straight to Sam Hain. Final 10 overs, they can have a fifth fielder outside the ring. Maintaining this tight line against Pasluquayo. It's not giving him any width, so important for left-handers, of course. But, he can bat. He's got a list A 100 to his name and 8 half centuries as well, approaching 1,800 runs. 24th list A game for him. It's calmly guided down to deep third. So there's definitely power to add in this Proteas lower to order. 5 wickets left as they look to try and get up towards 300. 34 overs gone, 191 for 5.
Top carrying on from the New Road end. Quayo comes down to meet that. And brilliant fielding. By Sneed to cut that one off. Appreciated by those in New Road.
Wants his long on a bit finer, Jake Lintop.
Sneed fielding the next ball as well in the other direction. Squarer.
Clasen has hit very straight, hasn't he?
Yes.
In that V, even straighter than that actually. So Hose has got to be quite fine here, which he is.
Tom Abel, today's captain, in the covers. And Clasen goes back and hits that one through the covers for 4. Moves on to 48.
Yeah, it's not the best ball in the world from Jake Lintop. Bit of a drag down. and allows Clasen to just give himself some room outside that leg stump and crack it away. Tom Abel, no chance there at cover.
Through the point region this time. Come back for 2. That takes him to his 50. For Heinrich Clasen, back-to-back 50s. 50 from 47 balls. Slightly slower than Tuesday's. Probably as expected with the wicket. Congratulations from his teammate out in the middle. And the 200 up for South Africa as well. 200 for 5. 15 overs to come. That's the end of Jake Lintott's 8 over today. He's gone for 50. 58.
Heinrich Clasen's half century came off 47 balls and included 3 4s and 2 6s.
3 4s and 2 6s in that half century for Heinrich Clasen off 48 deliveries. His 18th rather, list A half century of his career. This is his 95th list A game.
He's got best of 153 in list A. 4 centuries, 17 50s in those games. See what he can push on to today. The strike.
Should be a wide, it is, from Payne. Lost his radar. Well, he'll know, Clasen, how important it is for these Lions players, keen to get into that senior side. Captain of the South Africa A tour to Zimbabwe in the spring, back in April. He's going some way to cementing his place next Tuesday against England.
They start up at Durham, don't they, on Tuesday? Chesterley Street and Old Trafford and Headingley.
Nice adjustment from Pethluquayo down to deep third. He actually was the man of the series in that A tour in April. Adile Pethluquayo. A tick under 150 runs and nearly 20 wickets in that 3-game series.
The trolley's back.
Any tea left on it? Sounds empty, doesn't it? If there was stuff on it, I think it would be less rattly. I don't know. You may not be able to hear that on our effects mic.
Something you used to have them go around offices. Sometimes, didn't they? The tea trolley.
That was a lot more by stealth, wasn't it, with the carpets?
Yeah.
Here, you can hear it a mile off. A good bouncer from Payne. And Pethluquayo plays that well. We've seen too many short balls today, have we, actually?
No, they've all, obviously Cook and Payne started up sort of fuller, weren't they, and very accurate.
Decent ball to follow it as well. It's a good over this from Payne. Saved that first delivery, the wide. Just 3 runs. 1 ball left. plenty of time to guide that down for a single. He'll pinch the strike. Pasquale, he's up to 13 from 17 deliveries. 206 for 5. Good over from David Payne, just 5 runs coming from it. 14 to go. That's the tail of the tape so far. Van der Dusen and Clasen leading the way with the bat. Benny Howe, the pick of the bunch for the Lions bowlers. The Proteas won the toss and decided to bat first. Players will take a few moments out for some drinks.
Not from the tea trolley though. And starts from Markham and Miller as well. 22 and 19 for them. They didn't push on.
Behind the Basil D'Oliveira stand on the far side of the ground, all of which are serving food and drink throughout the day. There's a tuck shop in the picnic area.
Cook might only have one wicket, but
which also has some club
7 overs, 1 for 27.
Is open as usual for Worcestershire club members.
George Scrimshaw getting a wicket as well. Did get one on Tuesday. A lot more economical today as well. 1 for 33 from his 7. He was none for 60 from 8 on Tuesday. Obviously, Taunton known as a batting track though.
England haven't lost a wicket yet, which is good news. Against India in the second ODI, 30 without loss after 5 overs there. Did you say India won the toss?
They won the toss and had a bowl again.
In that match down at Lords. Result from the county championship. For any Red Bull fans listening, Hampshire have beaten Warwickshire today, completed victory early on there by 8 wickets, reaching 91 they needed to claim victory. Elsewhere, lunch, Kent need 349 more runs to beat Northamptonshire. They're 16 without loss. Somerset still a long way behind Lancashire. 74 for 3 in their second innings, still 104 behind. So Lancashire looking to push on for an innings victory there on day 4. All these matches in the final day, of course. And Yorkshire against Surrey. Surrey looking to strengthen their position at the top of the table. But a long way behind still. Yorkshire lead by 142 with 4 wickets remaining in their second innings. So Surrey have turned that round with a strong bowling performance in that Yorkshire second dig, giving themselves a chance to push for victory. Meanwhile, we're back after that drinks break. Scrimshaw is going to replace Lintop from the New Road end. 206 for 5, 14 to go for the Lions.
Pasquale on strike, left-hander. Easily back for 2.
In Division 2 of the County Championship, Durham against Derbyshire. Durham 64 without loss in their second innings at lunch, needing 322 to win.
That one played beautifully straight by Pasquale. 4 more runs to him. And a lovely shot straight down the ground. Obviously pace from Scrimshaw and driven nicely down the ground.
You can see why he's got 100, can't you? in this form of the game, averaging just under 30, 28 for this innings. A lovely drive.
Yeah, 100 not out his highest score in list A.
A classic looking technique as well, hasn't he? That last
nice shot.
off drive, very straight. An immaculate right elbow, I think they'd say, last drive.
His class is a bowling all-rounder. 26 years old. Scrimshaw with a wide. From a Worcestershire point of view, obviously game here at New Road today for the Lions, but it's that game against Notts and Glamorgan that's got impact for Worcestershire, especially after losing to Glamorgan in the previous round of matches. And they felt they should have won. Notts top of Division 2.
Well, that win yesterday down at Taylor Merchant School against Middlesex, who were the previous leaders, weren't they?
Yep.
Of the second division. Has put pairs in the shake-up, definitely. Back in action next week. Not next week, week after next. He's edged that, that'll be 4.
Flies away to the boundary. Bat on it. Yeah, not still top the table at the moment with that game. On the final day against Glamorgan at the moment. Middlesex now in second, Worcestershire up to third, and Glamorgan in fourth. And Worcestershire, who play Derbyshire next at home, don't they? On
yeah, week on Monday that game starts.
End of Scrimshaw's over. 218 for 5, South Africa. 13 overs remaining for them to bat. 5 wickets down. Somerset and Gloucestershire, the bottom 2 teams of Division 1 at the moment.
Returning to bowl at the Dignus end is number 94, Benny Howell.
Tom Abel mixing up the bowlers a little bit now.
Yeah, Benny Howe back into things. These two have brought up the 50 partnership for the 6th wicket. Looking to kick on for these last 13 overs. Total beyond 300. Looking to test this fearless Lions batting lineup. Well, come through for a single. Petluquire was the one running to the danger end, and he was adamant that he was going to get there. Slightly more hesitation from Clasen, who had a good look at it off the face of the bat. He steered it straight to Payne. He must have thought not a run there, but good calling from his partner. Slower from Howe and dispatched. with mild contempt from Adile Petluquayo. Nice easy swing of the bat over mid-off and away comfortably for another boundary. No chance for Lintott, who's been pushed back onto the fence now. A nice reply from Benny Howell. Cutter that just missed the outside of the bat. Well taken by Duckett. Two fielders quite close together on the edge of the circle. Backward point and short third. Looking to cut off that area. Petluquayo again taking pace off from Howell. Unable to time that one.
Duckett brought Payne up into the circle as well. Short, fine leg, didn't he? Up to the stumps, the bowling with Howell as well, Duckett.
Oh, that's really good work. Well, he's back, I reckon. Clasen. The Lions insistent that the umpire has a good think about this, Nick Cook. Whether Nick Cook had a clear view of the stumps as they were broken.
I don't think he necessarily got round into a position to be able to see it, you know, with the line to completely judge that, because obviously there's the end, the bowlers.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the replay will help us. We're at a terrible angle to try and see how close that was. Maybe this will tell us. Not quite, no. Benny Howell disappears into the ether. But from that, I reckon, yeah, maybe Nick Cook was unsighted. Couldn't tell exactly when the stumps were broken. Therefore, couldn't give it out. Again, can't tell whether Clasen was out anyway. Anyway, we move on. End of the over. 224 for 5. 6 runs coming off that over from Benny Howell. Still the Lions waiting for a wicket, which they've not taken since the end of the 29th over. 3 for 49 for Benny Howell's got 2 left. Scrimshaw to carry on.
Haynes still in there fielding those used wickets.
He's had the short straw, hasn't he, from the New Road end? Big wicket there. Wretched place to field with those wickets just in front of him.
And he wants to wear one in the face. Awkward bounce. And that's over him. And away for 4 more to Clasen. Takes him to 62. Nicely timed. Whipped it away. Again, it's pace on the ball from Scrimshaw, and time that, and it's just flying away.
Yeah, it's a really nice whip, isn't it, from Clasen. On the up slightly, and way over Haynes' head.
Abel has a chat with his bowler. Abel of Somerset. Obviously was playing at home, his home ground on Tuesday. Only faced 1 ball. Came in at 6. And with the Lions easily chasing down the total of 319. And did it with over 12 overs to spare on Tuesday. That one cleverly played by Clasen. Uses that pace and plays it late. Pace not quite as up from Scrimshaw today as we saw in some of his T20 outings in the Blast this summer. Second 4 of the over.
That's it with the the blast, isn't it? 4 overs, you can give it the full shebang, can't you? Flat out for 4 overs.
Yeah.
Less easy to do when you've got 10. It was a lovely shot from Clasen.
Shuffles back, hits that one hard through the covers. It's past the fielders and almost at the rope before they turn around and chase after it, just to gather the ball back in. Takes him up to 70. It's moving along quickly now. 70 from 57. Ups his strike rate. Just a single to mid on though. When you've hit 3 4s in the over, that's fine. 50 over game. He's hit 7 4s in his innings. 71 so far and 2 6s. Strike rate of over 120. End of George Scrimshaw's over. 39 gone for South Africa, 238 for 5. And 11 to come from rank just over 6.
Bowl his 9th over. 2 more to go for him. 3 for 49. His very good figures so far. But South Africa looking to hit the gas here with these last 10 overs or so. Clasen eyeing 100 here potentially, still 29 away. But Petluquayo's come in and been right up to speed from ball 1. There he goes again on the pull, but frustratingly for him, he's found Sam Hain on the edge of the circle. Slower ball from Benny Howe. He hasn't been able to get after those sorts of deliveries. Should have got in one of his wickets, Benny Howe. The knuckleball, which one was that? I don't know. Which number was that, Benny?
I'm still thinking about designs for a t-shirt with the varieties.
Well, maybe 50 varieties is enough. We don't need another 7.
Yeah, Howell's 50 varieties. It's quite a niche market, I admit, as a clothing range.
As a food, though, he's got the perfect name, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Howells. Have a tin of Howells. It sounds comforting.
Yeah, it would be a wintry food.
Yeah, possibly a bit soupy.
Or a sort of stodgy pudding.
Should be just a single, and is. The field is set deep on that leg side.
This is what happens, almost 40 overs gone and we're now a little bit delirious.
Yeah. One ball to go then, on the 40th over. again pace off. And Petlaquire can't do anything but defend it away, keep it out. 2:42 for 5 with 10 overs to go in this South Africa innings, who won the toss this morning and chose to bat first. They've had decent partnerships all the way down. This one at the moment is the best between Clasen and Petlaquire, 75 at the moment, but they've got starts all the way down the card. 2 half centurions in Rassie van der Dusen and Heinrich Clasen. For these final 10, I want a big push now towards something around 300, if not in excess of. Lintott is coming into bowl. The final power play in these last 10, so an extra fielder can go outside the rings. You can have 5 now beyond the 30-yard circle.
Lintott having a chat with his captain and wicketkeeper as to which 5 they were checking they're all in the places he wants them. He's got 2 to come, Lintott. This is his 9th.
Only been, famous last words, there's only been 3 sixes so far in this South Africa innings.
He has 10 overs to come, 5 down. This is where they're going to get experimental. And Petlaquire does. It's 4 as opposed to a 6, but they're happy to try all the shots to Jake Lintott, aren't they?
Yeah, full bung up, and he gave that a whack even though it was on the reverse. Top edge, but no one in the deep. 5 fielders are out at mid-wicket, long on, long off. Cover point now. And quite a wide, fine leg as well. And the 5.
It's down the track to meet that one. Can't time it. It's only a single to Adam Hose. Long off. One hit hard by Clasen. Only one more though. Scrimshaw was at a wide-ish long off. Field changing with the right hand left hand combinations. And down the leg side. And does go for 4. Petlaquire got some bat on it though. As it went leg side, and 4 more to the South African total. Brings up their 250. 253 for 5 in the 41st. Looks that one leg side as well. Petlaquire up to 37. Just over on the ball, 37 from 35. And 41 overs done. It's the end of Lintott's 9th. 9 overs to come for South Africa. 9 overs. None for 71 today for Lintott. Did take 1 wicket on Tuesday in that game against South Africa. Ended up with figures of 1 for 55 in his 10, so a lot more expensive today, and 1 to come for him. 1 to come from Scrimshaw, Howell, and 3 each from Cook and Payne. Howell with his last from the Douglas end. 3 for 53 so far.
Starts with pace off. And Clasen 76 from 62. A good look round. Knows there's a bit more reinforcements out deep. Howell can't get hold of that one, but Lintott down at long on will. Strong all round the wicket, isn't he, Patlaquayo, on this evidence of this innings?
Yeah, I was mentioned he's down as a bowling all-rounder, and he's certainly seen evidence of that today.
Certainly very handy with the bat. Only a 1 run here, slight misfield in the deep, but the batters can't come back for a second. A wise choice there. Way's come in and just read the situation, read the pace of the game, the Proteas position. Played it absolutely perfectly so far. And a floater from Howell running the block hole. Abel is a lone man there out in the covers on the edge of the circle. Everyone else around him is spread behind him. Do have some cover though at backward of square on the offside, with a backward point and a short third. Here comes the switch. David Payne is coming up into the circle at fine leg, and Sam Hain is being pushed out onto the mid-wicket fence, just in front actually where mid-wicket would be on the boundary. End of Benny Howell's spell. 258 for 5 after 42 overs. Now 10 overs, 3 for 58. Very good return from the Gloucestershire all-rounder. Lintott to carry on. He's got 1 over left. Been a bit expensive, none for 71. Scrimshaw has 1. Cook and Payne both have 3 left. Should be the order of things for the Lions.
Straight down the ground, drops short of Hose, 1 bounce into his hands. Hose long off to the left-handed Patlaquayo. It's on to 41. Here, Lintot's been hit for 8 fours in his spell so far. Most of all the Lions. That one has gone very big above our heads into the New Road stand. Huge 6 from Clasen. Takes him into the 80s. 84 for him. As we mentioned earlier, Dan, he's hitting straight in this innings. And again.
I mean, that couldn't have pitched more beautifully in his arc there, could it?
Right
Effortless, really, considering how far that went. Eventually we've got it back. Hospitality boxes have found it under a comfy chair and lobbed it back.
Padded chair.
Yes.
Which I think therefore then makes it comfier because of the padding.
You can have a comfy unpadded chair though.
You might, yeah. Lintott just losing his line after that 6.
Yeah, it's a bit of a raggedy over so far, isn't it? Just needs to try and clear the head, refocus. 4 balls to go. 9 already from it.
Clasen drills that down the ground, straight as you like, cuts the 2 fielders, Hose and Eskenazi. And 2, neither of them can get round to cut it off. Hit very powerfully. Expensive over so far, and there's still 3 deliveries to come. I feel like that's the first time we've mentioned Eskenazi.
I think it is, yeah.
Again, not quite as well struck, and Eskenazi does do the fielding this time.
Now he's had it twice in a row.
Twice. Greedy. No doubt Clasen will be eyeing up a century now. He's on 89, but not on strike. Craig gets the front leg out, but he pushes it out. No run. That'll be 4 to end Lintot's spell. 2 4s and a 6 in that over. 277 for 5 South Africa after 43. Still 7 overs to come with 5 wickets in hand.
During that over, Henrik Clasen and Dio Panagueo brought up 100 partnership for the 6th wicket for South Africa.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant effort from these two. What a reverse whack as well that was from Petluquay at the end of that over. He's a very good looking batsman. And now Clasen within 11 of a century. This has pushed the Proteas now into a great position to go comfortably beyond 300 here. 7 overs to go.
Lintot's figures, 10 overs, none for 89 today. A lot more expensive.
Scrimshaw back into the attack now that Benny Howe's bowled out. With his last over, 1 for 59 prior to the start of this one. Just squeeze the run rate up here, the Proteas. It's I think it's ever been below, well, off the steady start in the opening part of the power play. It's been eased through the 5s and now through the 6s. Nearly 6.5 runs and over. Petluquay just having a good look round to see exactly where the fielders are. Scrimshaw's education continues here. Not where he intended that. A lot finer. I think he was looking somewhere towards the marquee, square of the wicket. Comes through for a single. 46 now from 43. One hit away from becoming the third South African half centurion in this match. Clasen 10 away from three figures. Should be leg buys. Yeah, that's the signal from umpire Nick Cook. Similar shot, bat on it this time as opposed to thigh pad. Back they come for two. Stevie Eskenazi down there at fine leg. Quiet for 40 overs, and now we can't keep him out of the game. Eskenazi there for a top edge down there at fine leg.
I was only thinking, because then when I realised who the other fielder was when Clasen had cut them in two, that I thought, well, I haven't mentioned him. I forgot he was playing.
Maybe he was off for Riyad Ahmed when he came on.
But I don't think Ahmed was on for very long.
No, he wasn't.
Maybe he's just... I suppose some days the ball really follows you, doesn't it? And other days it doesn't. Also, when the sun was a lot brighter before, it was tricky to see some of the players in the distance.
Nice idea again from... oh, he's touched it! Well, the finger goes up from... is it? Strange.
What you were signalling that?
Well, no, Petlakwe went down on his haunches in seeming regret or frustration. I thought, well, he hasn't touched that, has he? Through it went, and then the umpire definitely put his finger up, and he wasn't just handing Scrimshaw's cap back to him, so I thought, oh well.
He's
still there, he didn't touch it. Strange. Anyway, he's still in. Still 5 down.
These two approaching 150, Clasen and Petlakwe respectively. So Cook and Payne, 3 to come each. 6 overs that are left. Cook who opened up the bowling with a maiden. And then 2 from his second over.
Yeah, he was very good, wasn't he?
Very.
First up this morning.
Clasen checking the field as well. He's on 93. All 3 mid wicket. Payne for a single. South African players who aren't playing today. 6 of them. Quinton de Kock, Marco Jansen, Dwayne Pretorius, Lizard Williams, Kea Zondo and Carl Verena, all still patiently signing autographs and taking selfies at the side of the Graham Hick Pavilion. Very good at them, making lots of people's days with an autograph and a picture. Not hard. 3 points by Petlakwe. Three away from his half century now.
Yeah, it's good to see the kids getting their autographs. Something I guess you never grow out of, Sally, do you?
No. I don't know what you're on about, but no, I shouldn't think you do. Can't beat a good autograph or a good picture. Clasen absolutely drills that straight at his teammate.
Well, his partner's done him there, hasn't he? Cost him some runs, maybe 4.
You've got the men down. Not long on, but that was hit very hard. You've not got an autograph collection?
Not for about 35 years plus.
That one beating Abel. And Clasen.
It's the last.
Takes 2, sorry.
The last interview. The last autograph I got as an adult was, I think, Shane Warne's.
Okay.
And he was
Very
back in his
poignant.
Hampshire days when he was playing Warwickshire up at Edgbaston.
I was lucky enough to get a picture with him when I was out in South Africa. In Australia rather. I'm talking about South Africa. Cleverly played again by Pethler. Seen lots of different shots from him his innings. Takes him to 50, 53 for him. And say hits in touch with the bat. Took 2 for 45 with the ball as well at Taunton. Didn't have a bat. South Africa approaching 300. One hit very hard. Again, Hose comes round to do the fielding. Just a single. Oh, he's hit too well. End of the 45th. 296 for 5. South Africa 5 to come. Pethler getting his half century in that over. 54 from 48 for him. And 7 4s in his innings, no 6s. 54 from 48. Clasen 5 away from a century.
Yeah, some guy to come in at number 7, isn't he? Pethler on this evidence, 54 from 48.
Yeah, very impressive.
Here's David Payne then. He's got 3 overs to go. So him and Cook will finish off for the Lions. None for 43 from his 7 so far. Back for a third and final spell.
Where did you get your autograph then of the late great Shane Warne?
I was working up in Birmingham at the time for the BBC and covering Warwickshire, and although I wasn't covering that game, I can't remember, but obviously Hampshire were there and I had a folder at the time and I remember thinking I've got to try and get it somehow. So I, at the end of the day's play, can't quite get it. Pethler was looking to just guide it, use the pace out to deep backward point. There is a man there, but if he gets it finer, he's got a chance of getting it to the fence. And I took my folder down at the end of the play and I gave it to the valet. In those days you had a valet used to stand on the door where the players used to come in and out and used to ask for your interviews or whatever it was. And I kind of said I'd got my interviews with Warwickshire players and stuff, and I was on my way home and I just handed it. I said, any chance of getting Shane to sign this? And he kind of looked at me and went, well, I'll give it a go for you. He said, quite a few. And he turned around and he pointed to all the other people. I thought, yeah, you go along and you say, oh, I'm the first person to have this idea. No problem, I'll just hand it in and it'll be done in 5 minutes. I'll wait. And he turned around, there's a pile of papers and books and all sorts on this seat, and he just sort of said, I'll put it on there. And a big swing and a miss. He wants the wide from umpire Cook, and he gets it. And he said, I'll see what I can do. I'll give it to Shane, come back tomorrow. So it's like, Christ, is he going to get through all those? I was sceptical. Anyway, I went back the following day and handed me the thing. He said, there you go. And then he signed it at the bottom.
Very good.
Very good. But when the Australians were here at New Road for the tour matches, that's huge, absolutely massive. That's cleared the stand, crikey. That might even be into the King's School playing pitches. Could be out the park. Adili Petlaqueo, a monster hit.
That was me thinking it seemed a good idea to park the car behind the D'Oliveira stand as opposed to between the marquee and the stand.
I was worried. I've gone, well, if that went out, it did go very straight. If that was 12 o'clock, I'm about 2.
Oh yeah, that's where I am about.
Are you? Yeah.
I'm behind.
I'm glad that was straight.
Side bit, yeah.
A midday maximum from Adili Petlaqueo. It was as clean as they come. What's he up to now? 60 from 50 deliveries.
Powerful.
He's gone again. This is edgy. It's going to carry. No, just short of Stevie Eskenazi out at deep backward point. He's clearing that. He's clearing that front leg, and he's having a swing. Not as elegant as his innings has been to that point. But his 6 and that has taken the Proteas beyond 300. And they've got 4 overs to go after this as well. So they'll want to get the Lions chasing more than they did on Tuesday. .318 for 9 they managed then. Should easily beat that. .97 now, Clasen. Full toss, but it was low and can only steer it out to long on. So he'll bide his time. Plenty of time to bring up his 3 figures. Oh, that's a gift. Absolute gift. Full toss. Whacked out the park again for the second time in the over. Adili Petlaqueo enjoying himself here. He goes up to 67. 313 for 5 at the end of that. And a bruising over for David Payne. A 9th list A half century for the all-rounder. 67 from 52. It's a second 6 for him to go with his 7 4s.
17 from the over.
Proteas on the charge here. 4 to go. 313 for 5.
Yeah, some good figures for Sam Cook coming into these last few overs, but the batsmen in the form they're in, 2 men well and truly in, and could easily ruin their figures. Cook on for his 9th from the New Road end. It's along the ground from Clasen. He's looking for 2 to bring up his century, which he does, safely home. 176 balls. He was with his 51 on Tuesday. And his 5th list day 100.
Yeah, gets a well-earned cuddle from his partner at the other end. Stake in the ground from Heinrich Clasen. You can stick me down for Tuesday.
And again, he's missed out on runs. It's the second time in this match. That one hit so straight, it's hit the wicket.
Yeah, anything on that from Cook, and it was Patliquelo was out, wasn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, set off. Big swing. Beth McQuown does carry. He's out. So fine innings comes to an end. He's annoyed with himself. He wanted to get that straight into the hotel for 6. But a fine knock, 67 for him.
He is absolutely seething.
He is. He's so cross
What
himself.
a fabulous knock.
Round of applause from the New Road crowd. Teammates on their feet. And,
119 he put on with Heinrich Clasen. Good catch from Stevie Eskenazi. He was in the air a long time. It was one of those flat ones that was arrowing towards him. Got in the right position, took it waist high. But ideally, Patliquelo, what a wonderful innings that was. And still more to come from him with ball in hand when the Lions chase down this 300 plus total.
Is number 16, Keisha Maharaj.
Here comes the skipper with his last 3.5 overs.
what will they be eyeing up then? 21 balls to come for South Africa. Clasen still there on 101. He's got the strike. Takes one. Back to Tom Abel on the covers. He made 318 at Taunton. And the batting track's down there, which the Lions, well, more than easily chased down. Won by 6 wickets, but with over 12 overs in hand as well. Had a 57 from Banton, 85 from Duckett, 52 from Eskenazi, 90 from Smead, 20 from Hayne as well. Last ball of Cook's 9th. Full to Maharaj. Over the 47th. 318 for 6-5 and Cook's over. 3 to come.
Finally breaking that stand between Patliquelo and Clasen. 119 it was worth. It's propelled the Proteas beyond 300 and well set here to really set another tester for the England Lions. 3 overs to go. We're going some to try and get 350 from here, especially with the new man Maharaj in. Clasen seeing it like a planet at the other end though. starting his penultimate over. None for 60 for him. Him and Jake Lintott, the only wicketless bowlers for the Lions today. Wicket in that last over for Sam Cook, his second. 3 for Benny Howell. He's done and dusted. 3 for 58 from his 10. It's in the air, but it's just dropped short of deep square leg. Eskenazi almost in the game again there, taking one good catch in the deep, as is Adam Hose. Doesn't time that. Lintott will have a go. I think he'd been safely home. As hands on head's a general exclamation of if that had hit, how close it was, possibly out, but even from our unhelpful position in the commentary box, I think he was safe. Clasen's down on strike, that's the main thing for South Africa, and he'll pick up 4. Nowhere near where he intended, but he won't care. It's flown high over George Scrimshaw, that short third. Into the boundary boards. And he was aiming that somewhere over extra cover. That one's better, much better, and much bigger. Not quite as far as Adili Pethakwaya managed when he cleared the Basil D'Oliveira stand, but that's almost gone into the back row. Huge from Heinrich Clasen, right in the slot, clearing that leading leg. Beautiful swing of the bat, and they are looking to try and get towards 350. 3-3-1 now. Last ball of the over coming up. Better from Payne. Can't do much with that, but they're still going to come back for 2. Got to try and keep it full to stop them getting any elevation on it. We'll pack the leg side and try just bowling it into the pitch maybe. But, nothing on a decent length, because we've seen what these two can do. Clasen in particular. Maharaj will certainly give it the heave-ho. 2 overs to go. Clasen 115 from 82. That 6 was his 4th to go with 9 fours. Payne's figures 9 overs for 75.
Begins his final over. Full delivery. In for those toes. Good figures from him. Started so well. 2 for 43. That one's big, but not quite big enough, and drops just almost ever so short of Payne. Tried to get his hands to it, running round to his left and half sort of diving, just couldn't quite get there.
You had a good view of that, because he was running right in front of us, in the air a long time. Hayne making great ground to his left, and it just kissed the turf as he tried to get his hands under it.
They won't need to worry about that one though. That's into the New Road stand again. Actually, it's the window.
You're right, Sue. Sue, the scorer, has had her pains rattled there. Clattered into the first row just in front of us here, over the concrete wall, skipped up and had a run around that big pane of glass. Almost, Sal. Almost.
I hope these bits of glass are toughened as well.
Are they?
I'm not sure. I'm not
I'm
sure they look it.
They are. They don't look very tough.
They don't. They look like they've been here for a little while. Well, Sue's not scoring today. She's on the PA. Oh, I think she's off to do the scoring for the. Well, that's a wicket as well. That's edgy. Back behind Clasen. He's aiming for us again. And that's gone completely the opposite direction. And he loses his wicket for 123.
Yeah, he'd love to have stayed there at the end, Heinrich Clasen, but he's doing his bit for the team here to get them up to and maybe beyond 350. Big, thick outside edge and a looping catch to short third, but what a fabulous innings. Yeah, take the lid off and have a look round and just listen to the applause you're getting. Wonderful innings from Heinrich Clasen to follow up his half century at Taunton on Tuesday, and it's fair to say that he's almost certainly in the team for Tuesday's ODI, you'd imagine, after that performance. Take some dropping.
I was going to say, I think he'd like to think his name's
inked in, I think you'd say. Andris Norkia is the new batter for the final throws of this South Africa innings.
What I was about to say for that, before that wicket was, I believe Sue's doing the scoring for the cricket in the Commonwealth Games.
Oh, great.
Which is only a couple of weeks away, isn't it? She'll score at Sue. Nokia off the mark. Third wicket for Cook as well. And hit out very hard and runs away for 4. And Maharaj, the captain of South Africa, in this form. And 1 over to go. Takes South Africa to 347 for 7 now.
14 off that over.
Rather ruined.
29 off the last 2. So last over to come then. 350, well within their scope now. Might be at the very upper end of what they might achieve a handful of overs ago. Looked like they might struggle to get there, but not now.
Cook finishes 3 for 56. The opening maiden he opened up with.
Pain to finish. Pulled away. They'll look for 2 here, and they'll get them. Eskenazi in the deep. Does the work. Hasn't got all of that, Nokia, but again, ample time to come back for a second run and bring up the 350 for South Africa. Fine effort this from the Proteas. They've just accelerated the score ring rate just at the right time. This acceleration has come not quite flat out now with the 2 new batters at the crease, but thanks to Clasen's 100, setting a stiff target here. Oh, he's a bit fortunate there, to say the least. Norkia, that could have gone anywhere, but it's running for the Proteas just now in these final throws. Easily could have clattered back onto his stumps. As it is, it runs away for 4 through fine leg. 3 balls to go. Gone short, and he's found the gap perfectly. My word, he's got hold of that. Made a very satisfying crack off the middle of Norkia's blade. No chance. There are 2 fielders out there in the deep, and it was perfectly placed between them. Two balls to go.
Couldn't have picked a better gap, could he there? Just perfect placement.
13 from 5 balls. Hendrik Norkia. That's better from Payne. Might cost him 2 again, no, just a single. He'll take that, David Payne. So Maharaj to face the final ball of the South Africa innings. 360 for 7. Here we go then, final ball. And a swing and a miss to finish. 360 for 7. South Africa finish on off their 50 overs. Norkia, little cameo, giving some late order impetus as well. But the Lions have another tester here. 361 to win. So more scoreboard pressure for them. They responded brilliantly down at Taunton 48 hours ago. But they have a stiffer target today. South Africa's innings built around a lovely 100 from Heinrich Clasen, 123 from 85 balls, 9 fours and 5 sixes. Rassie van der Dusen got the ball rolling for the Proteas early on with a very nicely crafted 61 from 52, 7 fours and a 6. And then some brilliant, cultured, stylish support. And Andile Fetluquayo 67 off just 53 balls, 7 fours and 2 sixes, put on 119 with Clasen for the 6th wicket, and really helped the South Africans get up towards this very healthy looking total. Benny Howell was the pick of the Lions bowlers, 3 for 58. You can see the Manhattan there with plenty of tall skyscrapers sprinkled throughout that South Africa innings. Never really got to full grips with that Proteas innings. The Lions bowlers just had to try and ride it out. 3 for 58 from Howell, the standout, with Cook finishing with 3 as well. So those two, top and bottom, very good for the Lions. No wicket for David Payne. He bowled better than those figures suggest, actually. Better than none for 88 off 10, particularly in his first couple of spells. But Scrimshaw 1 for 64. Lintop none for 89. He took a bit of tap as well late on. But, well, they rose to the challenge at Taunton, Sally. And this powerful, confident England Lions batting lineup has another one to try and tackle now.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting. Obviously, South Africa pushed on, but you know, like you say, the batting display at Taunton. It'll be interesting to see how they go this afternoon with Will Smead and Ben Duckett, Eskenazi, Abel. You know, there's some names: Hay and Hose. Everyone's there who can easily bat and do well, so it'll be fantastic second innings and very interesting run chase, or potential run chase. Let's see what the England Lions can do.
Yeah, so do join us for the England Lions run chase. 361 will be the target, and we'll be back to see whether they can do it in around about half an hour's time.
Yeah, March quickly box test it. Yeah.
back to New Road for the start of this England Lions run chase. They successfully managed to chase down 318 to win on Tuesday. 321 for 4 they finished on to win by 6 wickets. Today's equation is a little bit stiffer. 361 is the target they're aiming for, but they are in excellent form and they are high on confidence. That said, it is a new opening partnership today between Will Smeed and Tom Banton, not playing today. So Stevie Eskenazi has been promoted up the order. He's had a fabulous time in the T20 this season. The Middlesex Blast captain, and hit a quick fire 52 at Taunton. It was after the South Africans posted 360 for 7, of which Heinrich Clasen got 123. He was the standout with the bat, the mainstay of their innings. Keshav Maharaj, the captain, is opening up from the Diglis end. And Will Smeed, so much talk about this young man playing his very first List A game, being exclusively a T20 player to this point, and the South Africans are confident they've got him, and he has. Finger goes up, and disappointment for Will Smeed, back to earth with a bump. Brilliant on Tuesday with his innings of 90, but he's gone for a duck today, second ball. Stumped off the canny spin of Maharaj, and the Lions get off to the worst possible start in this pursuit of 361 to win. Smeed's gone for a duck.
So quite a contrast from Tuesday for Will Smeed. Can't tell at all from our replay, which is showing down the wicket. South Africans were confident though, weren't they?
Yeah, Heinrich Clasen behind the stumps knew as soon as he whipped off the bails that Smeed was gone. And here comes Sam Hain.
Will Smeed was stumped by Heinrich Clasen off the bowling and Keshav
Still possessing the highest List A average of all time. That seems to be the stat that's following Sam Hain around at the moment. 59.78, 10 hundreds and 15 half centuries. Likes batting here at New Road as well, in his time playing against the Worcestershire Rapids for the Birmingham Bears, averaging 70 in white ball cricket here. And the Lions need him here. Been in very, very good form in red ball and white ball cricket for the Bears this summer. Talked about for a long time as the next cab off the rank. He's slipped down the pecking order, I suppose, by seeing other batters come in and get their chance ahead of him. Has a chance here. The stage is set. Smeed's gone, but the Lions need someone to step up here for this long chase. Talk about his love of batting here at New Road. His highest List Day score came here, 161 not out. 2019, and he's gone. And more disaster for the England Lions. Might have been a hint of pad onto his stumps, but Hain has followed Will Smeed back into the pavilion without scoring. He's gone second ball too, and the Lions in all sorts of trouble here. 0 for 2, and we still haven't got through the first over yet.
What a start. What a contrast to Tuesday, and what a disastrous start for the Lions.
just seemed to play round it.
Went through the gap, didn't it?
Yeah, didn't seem to turn. Just went on with the arm, and Hain bat and pad a little gap, and Maharaj just managed to snake it through. What a start for the Proteas. In a huddle, jubilant. Scoreboard pressure the Lions had from the very start here, and now that has been jacked up and then some. It's on for a double wicket maiden here, the South Africa skipper.
They really pushed on at the end, didn't they, South Africa, getting up to that 360. The final 5 overs. After 45, they were 296 for 5, so they really did motor on. You say that's added that extra pressure, taking the run rate over 7. Long way to go, obviously, in a 50 over match, but when you're 0 for 2.
Well, Will Smead couldn't do it, Sam Hain couldn't do it. Can Ben Duckett? He's coming out to join Stevie Eskenazi. He must be wondering what on earth's happened, watching it all unfold, the horror show of this opening over from the non-striker's end.
I always think it's slightly strange someone's given out. I thought they were saying when it obviously stumped, and South Africa were very confident. Obviously Smead's going to think he'd got his foot back and there was no danger of him being out. But it's a long way to give the decision from. It's square leg, isn't it? But they were all confident.
I guess if you can see the line,
I was going to say, and you raise your foot, and we can't tell at all really on the replay. Looking down the ground, you can't. It's very hard to judge. You obviously, if you're definite, you're going to give it out. If you're sure.
Last ball of the over then. Can the Lions safely negotiate it? They can, mercifully, but it's a double wicket maiden. Keshav Maharaj, the South Africa captain, gets his cap from the umpire. And what a start this is for the tourists. The Lions in a hole already, 0 for 2. Smead and Hain back in the hutch without scoring.
I see many double wicket maidens, are you? Opening up with that.
Opening the bowling from the new road end is number 22, Lungi Ngidi.
Lungi Ngidi from the new road end. None for 22 from his 4 on Tuesday. Pacey bowler in the 140 kilometres an hour, which is around 87 miles an hour.
I'll tell you what, Bazball's got to go out the window at the moment. 0 for 2 after 1 over. It has to be a period now of just a little bit of a psychological regroup as much as anything else. Obviously, if it's still there to be hit, do it, but can't afford anything reckless here, the Lions. 0 for 2.
Through the covers from Eskenazi, but it won't reach the boundary. Duckett thought about a third. Last thing they want is a city run out.
Well, that was in the air a long time. If that had a slightly squarer cover, that was a straightforward catch. But managed to get it through. Didn't time it. Came off the bottom of the bat, it sounded like.
Oh, I wonder if he had two things. If he timed it right, probably could have gone away for 4. But like you say, if not, could have picked out the field as well. Luckily, went between the 2 men, well inside the circle. There's that one leg side. 2 again. Well, it makes it seem like a big run chase now, doesn't it, with Eskenazi and Duckett in, Abel and Hose to come, but then you're into Howell and Lintop. 360 seems a long way off.
It does. Certainly does. But these two are in fine fettle this summer. I mean, Duckett in particular. I mean, has he ever played better? I'm sure he has. In all forms.
That one again in the air, through that gap again. Gets a bit more on this one and it does go away for 4. Not with any great pace as it goes over the rope. There's 4 for the Lions. Oh, he's got a list A highest score of 220 not out. Ben Duckett might need that. List A debut 9 years ago, 2013. It's 27 now.
Open till 4 o'clock.
Eskenazi lets that one go through. Clasen with the gloves today. Quinton de Kock injured. And Carl Verena, the other keeper, not playing. Verena is the South African wicketkeeper for the forthcoming Test series for them. Indeed, very tall, quick bowler. Right arm over and beats Eskenazi. End of the second over, 8 for 2. The Lions, big ask on their hands, chasing down 361 to win, just over 7 and over. Already lost the wickets of Smead and Hain. Will Smead, Sam Hain, both back in the pavilion, both without scoring. Duckett will faced 1 ball, yet to get off the mark.
Maharaj then. Even the reverse laps aren't coming off of the Lions at the moment. And he executes that shot superbly, Ben Duckett. Just summing up how it's going for the Lions in these early stages. At 85 from 67 at Taunton for Duckett. It's his 18th appearance for the Lions. In the 17 previous innings, he's got over 800 runs, a couple of hundreds, 5 50s. That's the highest score that Sally was mentioning this day of 220 not out. That was in a Lions game against Sri Lanka A back in 2016. He's played all formats for England, but nothing since 2019 when he played in a T20 against Pakistan at Cardiff. You get the sense that it might be now or never for him, because when is he ever going to be in better form? If he doesn't win an England recall off the back of this, then when is he?
Yeah, with those List A matches that over 2,300 runs, so averaging just under 40. He's saying the current form he's in. Well, England will be well aware of him. He says 4 tests and 3 ODIs. It's perhaps at the age of 27 now.
And there is that reverse lap that he was trying to get going earlier on in the over. That's more like it from Ben Duckett. Finding the fence with the final delivery to take the Lions on to 14 for 2 at the end of the third over. If you are joining this run chase late, South Africa went bang bang in the very first over, getting rid of in-form Will Smead, second ball, and also Sam Hain perishing again, second ball. He was bowled, Smead was stumped, and the Lions were in a hole. These two are going about the repair job under sizable scoreboard pressure, you have to say. 347 more needed to win. The required rate is 7.5 as good as. So that's only going to crank up the heat on them.
Geedy on the new road end. Eskenazi tries to whip that into fine leg.
It was well run there by Duckett. He was clearly going to the danger end from the non-striker's end. He was a lot more confident about that run than Stevie Eskenazi.
Well, it was his call as well, wasn't it?
It was his call, but it whistled straight to Maharaj on the edge of the circle, right to him. So you can understand why Eskenazi was a touch hesitant at the very start.
He sort of set off, didn't he? Then he had a look. It's the danger, isn't it? Don't look at the ball.
And Geedy's had to just repace his run up because he's obviously switching to round the wicket for the left-hander.
Almost 86.5 miles per hour. One.
And they've got pace, haven't they, South Africa? Andrik Wilkia is out and out the quickest.
So even quicker, isn't he, into the 90s?
And he can regularly get it above 90. Into the mid-90s, I think he's had in the IPL anyway.
So it's not going to be easy. Chase the
Guayo as
Lions.
well. Can send it down.
So we might see quite a different game from the South Africans today compared to that of Tuesday, which wasn't classed as a list day. And he wanted to give everyone a bat and bowl, have a look at everybody down at Taunton. This one is a list day game, 11 aside. Boucher trying to select his final 11 for the first ODI against England on Tuesday at Chester Street, Durham.
Yeah, he wants his players to give him a headache. That was those with his words before the first match at Taunton. Get out there and give me some tough decisions.
That one does beat the inner circle and away for 4 from Duckett, who's on to 9.
If you're working on the basis that the players that played the last ODI in March against Bangladesh, 6 of those are playing today: Milan, Van der Dusen, Miller, Maharaj, Ngidi and Shamsi. You'd think that Quinton de Kock would be fit, and he's obviously a shoe-in. So there's 7 players. If you're saying that the men in possession of the shirts from the last game.
That one crashed out through the covers by Ben Duckett. He's finding his timing here. Lovely fourth 4 of the innings.
I mean, you can't drop Clasen, can you, after that performance? Patrick Cuello, you'd add him. So that's 7, 8, 9. So you may be only looking at 2 places.
Well, Quinton de Kock was doing sort of fitness work in the interval.
So his finger's better. I don't know. Assuming it's on his writing hand. I don't know.
He was mainly doing running. I don't know. All those autographs, I presume, is both his or his hands fine for writing anyway. Got the gloves on. 23 for 2 from the first 4.
Express pace now from the Diglis end. Maharaj off. Nokia is on. So again, this will be a test for these Lions batters. Won't have faced anything quite like this in the Blast this summer. Or in the county championship, to be fair. It's nicely thrashed though by Eskenazi. Well, the quicker it comes down at you, sometimes the quicker it leaves the bat. Nicely crashed away, square of the wicket by Stevie Eskenazi. He's up to 14, 27 for 2. Power play overs, the 2 fielders are deep third and deep backward square. Better from Nokia.
Yeah, supposedly 90 miles an hour.
Yeah, everything's in kilometres per hour, isn't it? Always have to
Had to convert them when I was doing my research.
Oh, he bowls at 154 Ks. And you're thinking, right, okay.
I know.
What is that then?
Well, apparently 150 is 93.2 miles an hour.
I knew you'd know that.
Yeah.
He has gone. I think he's done 153, hasn't he? 154 in the IPL. I did see that somewhere. That's quick enough. Eskenazi. I think he was appreciable distance away from that actually in the end. But that had decent carry through to Clasen.
Prodded the wicket as well. Quieter in the crowd as well on those 2 early wickets.
Might push for 2. Out to deep backward square. Just the single though. Slight delay again as Nokia wants to switch round and Duckett sees something. It's caught his eye on the pitch. Finally ready. We'll get a run here. And there's real energy in the field amongst the Proteas. You can understand it given their start they had. 2 wickets in the first over. Something of a recovery here though from the Lions. Early stages, 28 for 2 after 5 overs. South Africa were 13 without loss at the same stage. Duckett 13, Eskenazi 15. So they're rattling along nicely here, these two. Still behind the run rate. Almost 2 runs behind the run rate, but I'm not worried too much about that at the moment.
Bit of time to preserve the wickets, isn't it? Just take a quick single there, though.
Well, that's good though, left-right combination. You know, as well oiled as these South Africans are, given the relative little practice they've had. It shouldn't be too much of a problem adjusting, but it's still pain. You'd rather not do it as a bowler.
Yeah, and every run's going to count as well, isn't it? As well as the pushing that left-right combination.
Beautifully whipped.
Worked through, whipped away through mid-wicket. Lovely use of the wrist. And Ben Duckett, in fine form at the moment. He wants to keep showing what he can do. 85 he got on Tuesday from 87 balls, so strike rate of 120 or nearly 127. Hit 10 fours and 2 sixes in that innings. Gonna need that and some more if the Lions are going to chase this total down, I think. Tries to get that through the offside this time. Can't beat the fielders. Well, England have got another game on the weekend as well, haven't they? Before they start against South Africa. So they've got India today and Saturday or Sunday. Saturday. No, Sunday they play India at Old Trafford. They make their way up north. And Duckett can't get through. Fielders on that circle inside this power plate. And a descent at point in the circle.
They've got a couple of white ball matches with Ireland as well, haven't they? South Africa on this leg of the tour. Three ODIs, three T20s, and then the 3 tests.
Yeah, mixed fixtures for them. They've also got the tour match, haven't they? After those Ireland T20s. That's class 11.
It's almost a hark back to the old days, isn't it, with touring, when you used to get a decent amount of preparations, a few warm-up games, play a few county matches or state sides, depending on where you were travelling, before you got into the test matches or the international stuff. And these days it's usually straight in. But South Africa got these 2 warm-ups against decent opposition with the Lions, and then that combined first-class match, first-class side, red ball game, is at least something.
Yeah, and I think those are great games to come along to. Like you say, you don't get as many of them now. I mean, you often get touring teams, obviously at New Road.
Well, it used to be written in stone,
Yeah.
that every single touring team play at New Road first game.
Obviously, it played Lions games here a number of times against the touring teams, and Australia have played, haven't they? And then Australia put out pretty much a full strength team against the Lions here, but Worcester have had the games over the years, the touring sides. They were the opportunities to get your autographs.
Strategically pick your targets, obviously.
Yeah, I think I've got every touring team on those miniature bats.
Have you?
Yeah, over the years. Or certainly everyone that's been here.
Can't get it away again, Duckett. How many of those have been garnered in the last 5 years?
Oh, none in the last 5 years.
Oh, I suppose COVID set it back, so
they
10 years then.
Not sure any of them would have been in the last 10 particularly.
What I'm trying to get at here is most of those have been got as an adult, is what I'm trying to say.
Well, still as an adult.
Yeah.
I
Not
think-
as a child.
Not quite, probably for the touring teams.
Find the boundary there though, Duckett. Frustrated on the offside, the previous ball, and Nokia gives himself less of a chance to not concede runs there with a shorter ball that gives Duckett the freedom to whip those wrists through and those fast arms and find the fence through mid-on.
I would say approximately they would have been between 2000 and 2010. Maybe late 90s as well. I think my first sort of membership at New Road would have been 97 or something. The card I go back to.
Has anyone said no? My hand is just too tired, I'm sorry.
Sadly, actually, Phil Hughes of Australia did, because the Australians had a policy where...
Lovely. Absolutely glorious from Duckett. That was a short ball, aggressive, and he stood and delivered there. Ben Duckett watched it all the way, virtually onto the face of his bat, and pummeled through mid-wicket to the fence again. 42 for 2. Duckett's looking good. 26 now of 20 deliveries. Sorry, Sal.
That's right. So
It's Duckett's fault.
yeah.
Shot.
Actually, maybe they do come more recently. So when I was a lot older than I think.
We're all older than we think.
We were told that the Australians would pick one player to not sign each day, so that you couldn't get a full team and sell it. I don't know whether that is accurate or not.
Sneaky.
But obviously then was lucky enough that he came to play for Worcestershire, and so I did get the full collection. Obviously not at the time, but he is on there. But yeah, South Africa, India, New Zealand, Australia. I remember the South Africans down on the outfield, they were brilliant. They were just sitting around. You could come onto the outfield, get all your autographs, and sort of realising how big people like Jack Callis and Graham Smith were up close. You know, you don't necessarily get that sense on the TV. You know somebody's big and broad and the power, but to stand next to some of these players that you watch on television, especially as a, perhaps I can't say child, but as a younger person, it's fantastic. Like you say, the children getting their autographs today, for me, that, you know, you love the game, and then you meet some of the people you've enjoyed watching, and it's real memories, you know, you remember that.
Pakalaquayo into the attack, replacing Ngidi.
Yeah, so more pace, as you say. I've got the options, South Africa. This bowling attack.
2 overs for 17, Ngidi.
Pakalaquayo had fun with the bat. Worked away well before. Snazi working that one away. 4 more to him. got 140 list day wickets. Petlaqueo, as we mentioned earlier, bowling all-rounder, and he certainly showed that his innings with the bat. Adding 67 from 53 balls, 7 fours and 2 sixes. Before taking the ball and pinch a quick single.
There's a nice little stand between these two. Nearly put on 50 after that wretched start from 0 for 2. And the run rate is looking better here. It's gone beyond 6. They were a full 2 runs behind the required rate, and now it's just over 1. They need 7.4. It's 6.3 at the moment. 314 needed.
Four more to Ben Duckett. Not quite where he was imagining. I'm grateful of all the runs this afternoon. And that does bring up the 50 partnership. Some applause from those at New Road. Target 361. Still over 300 away. Slower ball. And Ben Duckett can't time that. Much slower ball. To get that through the leg side, but perhaps misreads the pace from that delivery. One ball to come. This first over from Petlaqueo. Placing not keep. No quick single there. End of the 8th. 51 for 2. Lion losing those first 2 wickets. That first over from the South Africa captain of the ODI side, Keshav Maharaj. He took 1 wicket on Tuesday. It went 1 for 35 from his 3. So they need quite a partnership from Duckett and Eskenazi. Eskenazi, who himself was born in South Africa, has a British passport as well. Interesting background. Eskenazi, born in South Africa, moved to Perth, age group cricket for Western Australia, having played junior cricket for Hampshire before that. He's got an English mum and a Zimbabwean dad. Now with Middlesex.
Oh, nicely played again by Duckett. 4 more. Loves it there. Well, he's always been a 360 player, Ben Duckett, but he's worked hard not to try and increase that, working to open up the leg side a bit more, and he's always been good on the reverse. We've seen that today, and then so powerful through that leg side now. He's always had really strong wrists. But now aligning that to just the angles are so good now. And when he's in full flow, he's pretty impossible to bowl to. Just a shade under 400 runs in the blast this summer. His last 3 white ball innings have been 52, 62, both undefeated. That was at New Road here in the T20. And then 85. Check drive this time. I'll pick him up a single. Maybe there was a finger on it from David Miller at cover. Might have just killed a bit of the pace. Deep third and fine leg. The 2 boundary riders still. And the power play. Nicely timed by Eskenazi. That'll run away for 4. Again, not out of the middle of the bat, but not necessary. It penetrates the fielding circle on that offside, and as soon as it does that, it's always going to run away to the boundary. 61 for 2 at the end of that over. 1 more to go in the power play. Duckett 35, Eskenazi 26. These two put on 61 and have got the Lions back on their feet after being 0 for 2 after the first over. Still need, well, exactly 300 now to win 41 overs.
Oh, they're going to get near that. It'll be a fun afternoon of batting.
In the old days of the Sunday League, the old John Player League, that equation would be impossible. They're going to be crazy. Might as well go home now. 340 overs.
I wasn't about for that tournament, but I used to like knowing you had the game on a Sunday.
Yeah, nice.
A 1-day game, Sunday afternoon.
Often on TV.
Yeah.
Brackets, free to air, closed brackets.
Very different times. Oh, it used to be great coming down on a Sunday here. You just knew when the fixtures were as well, didn't you?
Yeah.
You knew that's what you did on a Sunday if you didn't play cricket on a Sunday or did anything. Generally, then people could play on a Saturday and come down on a Sunday.
That's through, but there is cover. So just a single for Eskenazi. Yeah, so even then, I mean, the whole debate about the trials and tribulations of players having to switch formats backwards and forwards, sometimes playing a red ball game then immediately going white ball. Slightly easier this year with the 2020 finally being played in a block. Back then it was
Cracking shot from Ben Beckett.
chop and
Time that
change.
one.
Again, he's played that pull shot beautifully, hasn't he?
Yeah, pulling it through mid-wicket, racing away for 4.
I suppose the difference 40 years ago is the difference between first class red ball cricket then. It was all red ball cricket, wasn't it? But County Championship cricket and Sunday League or limited overs, I mean, wasn't as great as it is now, obviously with the evolution of the games. So it can't have been that difficult switching formats back then.
No, it is different now. Things changed. The additional formats. You know, with the... I think all the remaining county championship matches, I know some of them are then holidays, but they're Monday to Thursday, aren't they? So if you
Yes.
if you work, you work a sort of classic, say Monday to Friday job, rather than sort of shifts or weekends and things, you're taking time off, aren't you, to come to the game. 4 more. And Ben Duckett moved on to 44 already. Prime innings so far, 44 from 32 for him. That's the end of the 10th. The first power play done. 71 for 2. A real rebuild from the Lions. So the last 3 overs, 50 for 2, 61 for 2, 71 for 2. Just finding...
Yeah, just in the slot there from Petriquayo, and steered away, nothing more than that from Duckett. Change of ends, it looks like, for Ngidi.
Number 22, Lungi Ngidi, to bowl the first over of the second power play.
Everybody will have their own opinions on cricket formats, competitions. I mentioned earlier, South Africa not able to fulfil their fixtures against Australia in January. ODI fixtures, they'll play the test matches, but not the ODIs in January because of their own T20 league starting. Some things are moving on for sort of for the good of the game, improvements and perhaps other elements, not necessarily for the good of the game as well. But perhaps it comes down to as well what format you like the best, what got you into cricket, what you enjoy watching. Great opportunity at New Road today for people to see England Lions players and the South Africa team, who won't be too far away from the team that take on England on Tuesday. I think a lot of the school parties have gone though, haven't they? Perhaps hard to keep the schools in for too long. And to keep all the children sitting fairly still for that long.
For 7 hours. I suppose they wouldn't be here all day, would they, anyway?
No, it would be a long trip.
Good running. Turning that leg by into a double. 74 for 2. So closing in on what would be the second 100 stand of this match. Clasen and Petriquayo put on 119 for the 6th wicket for the Proteas. That was the backbone of their 360. Pace off from Ngidi, well watched by Duckett. Carefully, not drawn into any false shots there.
That partnership really allowed them to get to that total, didn't it? Because of the platform they'd then built, 5 down. They were able to really push on, hit out, get those boundaries later on in the innings.
Yeah, I mean they lost their 5th wicket. So the pair, those two came together at the end of the 30th over, 167 for 5, and they were parted in the 47th over. So with what, 3 overs to go, 3 and a bit overs left. And even then, those that came in still managed to get it from 318 up to 360. That's thanks into some late order hitting from Anrich Kia, 14 from 6. David Miller, 22 at a runner ball. End of Ngidi's over, 74 for 2, 11 overs gone. 7 runs coming off that over. None for 24 now for Lungi Ngidi. Keshav Maharaj, the captain, took the 2 wickets to fall so far. That was in the first over. Now we might see some entertainment. Seen much of Tabriz Shamsi?
No.
Seen what he does?
No, I haven't particularly. Other than when they were practicing in the interval.
Mystery left arm leg spin, wrist spin, but that only tells half the story.
Yeah, and he's got lots of variations, but I'm not familiar with them.
AKA the magician, because he is one.
Well, yeah. With the franchise cricket he's been involved in. The IPL, CPL, 100. None for 53 from his 7 on Tuesday.
So he is an amateur magician. Seriously, he is.
So it's not just a nickname because of his variation.
He wanted to be when he was a kid, apparently. But I
don't know whether I'm just being gullible now.
Unless my information is wrong. But he does these
Lack
celebrations.
of sleep and I'll believe anything.
It's on YouTube if you Google him. There's just brilliant celebrations that he does. In the domestic South African T20 League, where he took a wicket, he had a handkerchief in his hand, which he took out and waved around. It turned into a cane. Superb. He didn't quite take a dove out of the sleeve of his
He's
his
got a
shirt.
rabbit under his cap or
No,
anything.
but it was brilliant. Another one, he took his shoe off and used it as a phone.
It's not quite so magical, is it?
Not quite so good as the cane. No.
I thought you were going to say he had something in his shoe or turned into something.
It was a rabbit. Pulled a rabbit out of his shoe. No.
A new one. I think
But
most
it's
of us
good.
could take his shoe off and pretend it was a phone.
That is true. Yes. His actually worked though. He made a call with it.
One of those old-fashioned mobiles.
Yeah.
Brick. Well, there you go. He talked about working his magic. And his first over, wicket with the 3rd ball. Got rid of Ben Duckett. Is he looking back at the umpire as he makes his way off Duckett? Whether he seems annoyed with himself or trying to get a replay of that delivery. So Lions lose their 3rd wicket. Duckett goes for a fine 44 from 38.
Yeah, it's just caught him on the crease, hasn't it? Just fit the top of his pad. I guess the only question for the umpire would have been height. But he's gone. And Shamsi definitely has a sense of theatre about him, no doubt about that. And his first over, he's, could say, conjured a wicket, I suppose. 75 for 3.
You got that written in your notes?
No, I hadn't actually.
He put on 75.
Under my shoe. Just taking off. Well played, Ben Duckett. Real shame that he's gone from the Lions' perspective, because he was looking very, very good indeed. Out for 44 from 38 balls. 40 of his runs came in boundaries. That's how good he was looking. And that partnership has been terminated on 75 between him and Stevie Eskenazi. The captain strides out to the middle now with yet again another big rebuilding job. But the two before him have done a fine job to drag the Lions, I wouldn't say back into this, but certainly off the floor. Tom Abel with Eskenazi now. 286 is the very distant looking target.
With those runs from Duckett and the runs so far from Eskenazi, they're not a million miles off the run rate, are they? It's those 3 wickets that's the big problem, and who they are.
It's far from a lost position at the moment, obviously, but yeah, I mean, if those wickets suddenly became 5 for 110, 120, and it's going to swing again, but they're going along okay. 6.5 and over. They need 7.5.
Abel wanted to get off the mark there, but it wasn't a run. I mentioned the last thing you want is a run out as well, to lose another wicket for the Lions. He's had a number of years to work on his variations, hasn't he, Shams? He's 32 now. 159 wickets to his name in the 117 List A games he's played. That one is worked out by Abel. Gets him off the mark. And end of Shamsi's first over. 2 runs from it. And the wicket of Ben Duckett, who's going along nicely. He made 44. Done by Tabraz Shamsi.
He's making the most of his opportunity. However, later in his career, he's getting his chance. Most T20 wickets in a calendar year in the world last year, 36.
Sort of came as the slightly the wrong time for him, didn't he? With it, finding that regular place. So you've got Tahir, Imran Tahir and Maharaj in the tests, and Tahir in the white ball stuff. Wasn't necessarily a place for him. So Shamsi, they've been around the franchises around the world.
I think there should always be a place in a cricket team for somebody who can turn a hanky into a cane.
You're quite taken by that,
frankly.
aren't you?
I thought it was very good, yeah.
You ever tried magic?
I had a Paul Daniels magic set when I was about 7, I think, 6 or 7. Eskenazi seeing the short ball early, getting out of the way, not tempted into anything injudicious. He's got a couple of fielders out in the deep on the leg side. I don't remember that. I remember one trick. It's probably full of really lame tricks. One of the worst was a disappearing coin trick that only worked as long as you didn't touch the box it was in.
Was that the one where you had the box with the hidden compartment?
I think so, yeah. And I remember showing my stepdad, thinking, "This is like the best thing ever. You'll never get this." And I handed it to him. "Look, it's all gone. It's gone." And you opened up the lid. And obviously it was a false bottom, so it wasn't in there. And I was like, and he just gave it a shake. It rattled. He's like, "Oh right, okay. You're not really supposed to do that, but never mind."
Not to a 7-year-old.
No, I mean play along. Yeah.
It's brilliant. I think when you see that sort of up close, sleight of hand sort of magic as well, and people do at weddings or events and things. It's brilliant. Someone else, they've written your name on a playing card and then it's not in the pack anymore, it's in their wallet in their top pocket or something. Well, how did that get there?
You seen the one at the weddings where they make the mother-in-law disappear? It's a good one.
No comment. A couple of weddings I've been to, wedding receptions, they've had magicians. Brilliant. If you get a good one.
A good short ball from Ngidi. Well watched again by Eskenazi. Good pace there. We get to see the real fire from the South African attack. Nokia, it's been okay. We've not seen too much real express stuff. That's the first one where Ngidi's bent his back for a while. Noticeable uptick in speed. Pace off that time and straight to backward point. Aidan Markram might have been interested for a split second there that could carry to him, but just bouncing in front. Yeah, getting one into the low 80s there, Ngidi. Capable of more than that though. End of the over, 78 for 3. So just 2 runs coming off that. And the Proteas will continue the squeeze. 7.7 is the required rate. 6s at the moment. 283 left to win. 37 overs to go. The magician to continue.
Yes. To Fiflaqueo. Down at long on. He's also got his wickets, very good economy, just over 5 in those List A matches, and also only 5.2 in his 35 ODIs that he's played, those 45 wickets in those games. Best of 5 for 40 in his List A. So he'd taken the place of Tahir in the white ball after Tahir retired in 2019, but then obviously we all know what happened the following year. His angled run up as he starts into the crease. Down from Abel. Timed beautifully, picked out the gap in the field. Lovely shot from Abel. His first 4 takes him.
Immaculate from Tom Abel. He's got a huge amount of space between deep mid wicket and deep backward square in front of the marquee on that side of the ground. He found it.
Follows up with a single. It's just out across the other wickets at New Road, but he's saying they need to take everything on off at the lines. Boundaries on the singles and 2s. They're going to get close to this target of 361, 3 wickets down. Smead and Haid both going for ducks. And Maharaj's first over. Beats the man inside the circle from Abel. And take 2 more. Another single to end Shamsi's over. Fiflaqueo does the fielding. He's at long on. 1 more to the total. 14 gone. 87 for 3. The England Lions. Partnership of 12 since Tom Abel, captain today, came to the middle when Ben Duckett was dismissed by Shamsi. LBW for 44. 44 from 38 was going nicely. 10 fours. And that 44.
And Geedy into his 6th over, none for 26 so far. And Eskenazi's not got that, could be in trouble. And it's gone down. Wow, what a surprise that is. Eskenazi given a life. In the air a long time, but mid-off running round. In the end, made it look a difficult catch. That's uppish too from Abel. It'll land well before a deep square leg, a bit of a juggle, and they'll come back for a second.
It's the captain, wasn't it? He dropped that, wasn't it?
Is it Hendricks or is it? Can't see.
I thought
Needs to turn round.
I thought it said 16 on his shirt, but perhaps it's when he went over to say, never mind.
Yeah, it is the captain, you're right, 16. Keshav Maharaj. Mid off. Spilling that Skyer from Stevie Eskenazi. View was obscured, but it looked like he had it, and then maybe it popped out as his elbows hit the ground. There was a ooh and an ah, and then a cheer from the crowd. It sort of gave the clue away that he'd grasped it. Thanks to Joe for the cookie. So now I have a dilemma.
Yeah.
Do I eat it?
Yeah.
Or do I take it home?
If you're going to eat it, you need to go and get yourself another cup of tea.
That's true, actually. So I'm causing myself more work, aren't I?
Well, it makes me feel a bit better because I was hopeful of baking some cakes to bring in for us, and I ran out of time. So I'm quite glad we've been delivered a cookie.
Priorities, Sally. Priorities.
That was my research for today's game. Can you tell?
You need to make those the coffee muffins. You make.
Coffee buns.
Coffee buns.
Yeah.
The Australians.
Yeah, they were good, weren't they?
Was that 2019?
Yeah.
2019.
2019. Where does it?
So you're overdue, Sal. I have a lot of pressure on you, but you know,
I
come
know,
on.
and I thought, well, it's warm.
3
I won't
years.
make anything with icing. I'll make coconut buns today, or currant buns. It's a bit warm for baking.
That is true.
A little bit warm.
He's controlled that well, Abel's kept on top of it, which was no mean feat. And that's decent relay work in the deep as well. Out at deep backward square and deep square leg. And they end the over with a couple. 94 for 3. So 7 runs coming off that over. So they're up with the rate at the minute. Abel 12 from 13, Eskenazi 36 from 34. Will be another official drinks break here. So an apt time to just bring you up to date if you've not been following things particularly closely elsewhere in the country. England against India in the second ODI at Lords. England 207 for 6. Roy 23, Bairstow 38, and then 33 from Livingston. Moeen Ali's going well, 46 not out. David Willey unbeaten on 25, but that engine room ripped out again for not many. Root 11, Stokes 21, and Butler the captain just 4. Is Vinder Chahal. White ball bowler he is, the leg spinner. 3 for 44 from his 8 overs. Bumrah took 6 wickets in the first game, wicketless. Would still be favourite, and Surrey 33 for 1 in their second innings. They need 194 more to win after bowling Yorkshire out for 220, but again draw looks the favourite there. In Division 2, Durham need 242 more to beat Derbyshire. They're 144 for 5. Sussex going well, 159 for 1 against Leicestershire. They trail by 9 runs with 9 wickets remaining, but Leicestershire piled up 756 for 4. Incredible innings. Shamsi, that keeps a bit low on Eskenazi, just about gets enough bat on it. Found the angle that time, Abel. Nottinghamshire 195 for 4. They need 260 to beat Glamorgan. So all those games moving towards the last throws.
Single taken. Shamsi making the scoring hard. His third over, 3 singles from it, from the first 4 balls. Has Moon Ali got 50 yet? No. Has he got an edge? He has, he's been given out. Tom Abel's innings comes to an end. He's gone for 13 to the bowling of Tabraz Shamsi. His second wicket of the afternoon. Stone said the magician with another breakthrough. That one. Clasen with the gloves today. Behind the stumps. Takes the catch. Going for the reverse. Gets something on it.
Yeah, just seemed to get the wrong side of it, didn't he there, Tom Abel, and was turning away from him slightly, so he was always reaching for it, and then just bit a bit, and then just flicked that outside edge, and Clasen did the rest.
I think we saw a full replay of the Duckett's dismissal to see right where that caught him on the pads. So with all due respect to Ben Duckett, he's not the tallest of chaps, and it's hitting
I
his
think,
pads.
yeah, I mean, the only issue would have been height for that, I think. Back leg, it looked pretty adjacent, even though we're not straight here from where we're commentating from, but umpire didn't take long to raise the finger. Now, Moeen Ali is out now for England, 47. Charles got his 4th wicket.
Talk about when I'm asking if he had his 50.
Adam Hose, who didn't get a bat on Tuesday on his Lions debut, one of 8 debutants named in the squad, along with Lintott, Smeed, Howell, Ahmed, Cook and Scrimshaw and Eskenazi, who's still in, going well on 38. And he's been in fine fettle in the blast for the Birmingham Bears.
Faces Shamsi's last ball, his 3rd. He's got 2 for 14 this afternoon. Shamsi from his 3 overs. Eskenazi still in on 38, and Ben Duckett with his 44. Otherwise, only Tom Abel with 13, and the 2 ducks from Smeed and Hain. Disappointing start for them, and fantastic start for South Africa. Captain Maharaj taking 2 wickets in his 1st over, double wicket maiden. And he brings himself back on at the Douglas end. 97 for 4 after 16.
Yeah, first time we've seen the skipper since the opening couple of overs of the match. Here he is again though, 97 for 4. So that loss of Abel quickly followed that of Ben Duckett. Again has just pegged the Lions back to nearly 2 full runs behind the required rate. But despite the situation, each batter that comes in, they know this is the stage is set for them. This is their chance, be it Eskenazi or now Adam Hose. And there's the 100 for the Lions with that single, 100 for 4, coming up in the 17th over. The South Africans didn't manage that until the 19th. And they had only lost 2 wickets. That's the thing about the Lions, isn't it? It's a game within a game, I suppose. It's not about the match you're playing now. It's always about the bigger picture, isn't it? Trying to force your way into serious reckoning for the senior side.
It's that opportunity, isn't it? It's the experience of the game, and against high-class opposition, and then the opportunity.
As good as it is to do domestically in the T20, you don't get the chance to do it in the Royal London Cup these days. Of course, if you're part of the 100, to do it in the Lions is definitely a step up. The shame, of course, is that you don't get many opportunities to play for the Lions full stop.
suppose that's what's slightly strange then about the 100, isn't it? The timing then with the Royal London. So if you're picked in the 100 and you're white ball form, but you're not getting a go in the 50 over format for your club, you're missing out on all those matches over the month of August. You know, eight matches. You're saying there aren't that many Lions games either. If you're trying to push yourself forward for international contention, then I can't see anyone's going to turn down the 100 possibly to take their part in the Royal London side.
I guess not if you're going to be a regular in the 100. There's teams, I guess Worcestershire last year, Ben Cox was an example, wasn't he? He got called up by, I think was it the Phoenix he went to? I can't remember. No, not Phoenix.
He went
Trent
further
Rockets,
north,
yeah. Didn't get a game. He just didn't play in the Royal London for the Rapids.
See, to me that must be incredibly frustrating. So basically you carried drinks for a month, haven't you? You've worn a vest and you've carried drinks, a bib.
I guess it's the experience of being in that environment though, isn't it, with those
It
types
is,
of players.
but then you're not playing any cricket. So you're going to improve further by playing the game, by being involved. Obviously he didn't know he wasn't going to get a game being part of it. That must be incredibly frustrating as a player, and then seeing it from the sidelines as a fan, you're thinking, and then you're here watching Worcestershire in the 50 over competition, and you're without those players, but they're not even playing for the 100. They've been taken as part of it.
I guess the reverse of Pat Brown, wasn't it? Rapids, because he didn't play at all last year, and then got his call up with the Phoenix, and actually that was the first time that many Rapids fans had seen him that summer, and did well. As the Phoenix got to the final, of course, Dylan Pennington was also a wild card for them last year.
Worcestershire are going to be without Jack Haynes, aren't they? Now he's been picked up as well, showing his form in the T20s before getting injured. Back now, played in the game down at Middlesex. Shamsi continuing to keep things tight. 3 singles off the first 4 balls for him.
Yeah, it's different things for different players, isn't it? In terms of the opportunity that a tournament like that can give you. I suppose it's similar to what South Africa have done with the tour to Australia. They've canned that. They've taken the hit of the points. They'll still back themselves to come through qualification for the World Cup next year if they have to. At the same time, prioritising their T20 competition, condensing the talent, getting all their best players available for it to give it the proper launch. It's similar to the 100, isn't it? Everything was in the 100 basket last year. Downgrade the Royal London Cup. People going, well, don't play any of the 50 over cricket. England are white ball 50 over world champions.
That's
Where's
where
the
it
progression? Where are they going to learn these skills?
Well, I suppose that for me is all what seemed very strange. You've won that competition, won the 50 over competition. You're defending champions, and yet you're saying, well, the 50 over competition domestically doesn't matter.
Maharaj continues, spin from both ends. 105 for 4. So only a single. They'll try and run the first quickly and come back for second. Actually, they've done really well to turn that, what looked for all intents and purposes like 1 into 2. Putting real pressure on Aidan Markram out in the deep. Don't think they'll get two this time. Just be okay with the one. Long on, he's a bit too quick, a bit too straight. Henrik Norkia over the ground quickly. That's good work from Maharaj. Benny Howe set the standard with fielding off his own bowling today for the Lions, those two Corton bowls. And some excellent stops. Maharaj following suit there. Single to end the over. 110 for 4 after 19 overs. 100 for 2 was the Proteas total at the same mark. Eskenazi in sight of a half century, going along at a run of ball at the moment. Adam Howe's only just come in. Over 500 runs in the blast this season for Adam Howe's. 100, that was against Worcestershire up at Edgbaston. 4 half centuries, averaging in the mid-50s. Delay taking a while to resume from the New Road end. 110 for 4. Safe for the slowest ball in his bowl.
It was a real floated in, that one, wasn't it? Almost had to look twice. Brings up Eskenazi's 50 though. He'll take 2. And brings up his 50. 4 fours in his 50. 49 balls to get there. And holding this innings together nicely out through the offside as well. Another single.
Yeah, it's been steady from Eskenazi, hasn't it, rather than spectacular.
Well,
He's done the hard work here.
Wasn't he?
Yeah.
First up and on the striker's end, and those 2 wickets fell on first over.
Had to regroup, and he's done very well. Can he kick on now for the Lions? They need him to. Still 248 needed. Somebody has to go big. Maybe 2 players have to go big.
Well, when Benny Howell's in next, really it's probably going to have to be these 2, isn't it? They're going to have to have a big partnership. Big innings from both of them. Eskenazi's probably going to have to go on, obviously, to get a century. Runs from Adam Hose as well. They're going to get close.
33 4s and 8 6s South Africa managed in their innings. England Lions at the moment have 15 4s. Yet to hit a 6.
Get that one past Milan. Adam Hose, Uniman Milan. Mid-wicket. Can't beat the offside field either. Adam Hose 3 from 10. Best of 101 not out in List A cricket. 29 matches, 761 runs from 24 innings, an average of Just over 33 for him. Moves across the crease, but again, Jan Milan with the fielding. Makes it a dot ball. 20 overs gone, 113 for 4, the Lions.
Pretty close on comparison. South Africa are 104 for 3 after 20 overs, 113 for 4. So better off with runs, worse off with wickets. 20 gone, 30 to go. Eskenazi on 51. Finds the gap for a comfortable single.
Run rate's just creeping up, isn't it, with these tighter overs from the spinners?
Yeah, the squeeze is on. 2.5 runs now behind the required rate. On the up from Hose, but straight to Markram at long off. He's found the gap nicely there, though. Lovely stroke from Eskenazi. Just rocking back. Saw that it was a tad short from Maharaj, nothing more than that. And beautifully threaded between point and a wide-ish gully. And Gidi and Pedluquayo, no chance of cutting it off. It's good running as well from those two to come back.
I didn't actually cross the rope for 4 before it was picked up by one of the South African 12 men down on the boundary rope, a little bit too eager.
Keen.
Had his hands just inside the rope.
End of the over, 122 for 4. So good over that. 9 runs coming from it. That's more like it from the Lions. Just need over 8 and over. 8.2 they need to be precise. 239 more needed off 29 overs. 6 wickets left. The men out, Smead and Hayne in the first over, both for 0. Duckett for 44, Abel for 13.
Pedluquayo staying off on that new road end. That's away for 4. Into the boundary boards, in front of the D'Oliveira stand. Eskenazi on to 63. So that run rate just over 8. Starting with a 4. Welcome relief for the Lions. Eskenazi pulls that round on the big side. And take 2. Down in front of the marquee, that one goes. 2 fielders go around to do the fielding. Deep square leg. We've got a 12th man on, so that looked like number 73, which is Kaya Zondo. Wasn't in the team today. Quite a breeze at New Road today. We're just keeping that temperature down a little bit. Just think it's going to be very warm, or perhaps not quite so up at Durham. It'll be warm for the game on Tuesday. Durham not in the amber heatwave warning area. It will be hot for anyone going to South Africa. England, the first of the 3 ODIs on Tuesday. Tuesday, Friday, Sunday, aren't they, those games?
Yeah, all in the north of England. Durham, Old Trafford and Headingley.
I'll say it might be a blessing with the weather. It's expected early next week.
What a
Hit
catch!
hard.
What a catch!
Travelling to Milan, wasn't it, to take that catch? I think he had no choice to take that. He was going to be wearing it otherwise, wasn't it? Luckily, it was at chest height rather than his head. That's going to have stung, I think. That means the wicket of Stevie Eskenazi. He had absolutely clubbed that one. And Yana Milan takes the catch to dismiss him. Fine innings of 66. Stevie Eskenazi. Oh no, sorry. Is it Hose? Who already swapped the scoreboard, looking at the wrong area. I say it's in the wrong bill. Adam Hose struggled a little bit. 4 from 13.
That was probably the best shot he's played in terms of
Timing, yeah.
and getting out in the middle of the bat. And sadly for him, he's whacked it straight to Yannaman Milan, who somehow has held on. That was absolutely travelling.
That's probably what made you think it was Eskenazi as well when you first looked at it, because you say Hose has struggled a bit. 4 from 13. Absolutely timed one. Smacked it out and picked out Milan.
Into the all-rounders now. Here comes Benny Howell. Good day with the ball. Needs a good one with the bat now if the Lions are to get anywhere near this target of 361. 232 still needed. Half the team out. 29 overs to go. Or close to 28 actually. There's only one more ball left from Petquail.
That's his first wicket this afternoon. Let's go with his 67 he made with the bat earlier.
That's the one. He's been told 3 times. I'm off now. I'm going home. Good. I'll see you again. Thanks for your hospitality.
Benny Howell will face his first ball. Defensively out into the offside. Yeah, end of the 22nd. The Lions 129 for 5 with that wicket of Adam Hose falling in that 22nd over. 129 for 5, chasing 361 to win.
Yeah, but Howell has got over 2,000 list A runs. He's played 87 matches, including today, 113 50s. Strike rate is decent, 90s. Someone's got to try and hang around with Eskenazi here. is standing tall here. Got good support from Ben Duckett. They were going well, those two. With a stand of 75. But since Duckett perished for 44, no one has been able to hang around with Eskenazi for very long. Abel, the captain, 13. And Hose for 4, both of them in for just over 20 minutes.
Just the presence is different, right? I don't know how it was before, but I had no trouble whatsoever. There was a kid that was trying to get in, but you could tell that he was a little bit drunk. He was pictures and that. And I said, listen, I have orders here. This isn't even
Run the first hard here. Shamsi gives chase, and they'll come back for a second.
But now I've memorized him.
Picks up his first run. Like a lot of the players, this is Benny Howell's first list A game for quite some time. The last one was against Australia in 2019. Australia A in 2019. Hit 64 from 37 balls. And got to try and dig in for Eskenazi here. Otherwise the Lions are looking at a heavy defeat. 228 still needed. 133 for 5.
Petliclare into his 5th over. 1 for 29. So far been hit for 5 fours this afternoon. Giri down fielding it. Well on for Eskenazi. Comes up to mid-on for Benny Howell. Giri's bowled 6 overs, none for 33 this afternoon. Two each for the spinners. Captain Keshav Maharaj, 2 in his opening over. Shamsi taking the wickets of Ben Duckett and Tom Abel. Yeah, from Howell, but safe. And a deep square leg. Rusty van der Dussen down there.
He's actually adjusted pretty well there, Benny Howell, hasn't he? Because he would have known there's a fielder out there at deep mid wicket, and he would have had to have given up the full beans to get it over his head towards the Graham Hick Pavilion. But in the end, just shoveling it away comfortably over mid wicket. Safe shot. Taking the fielder out of the game. Both fielders out of the game.
singles from this over though. Rate just creeping over 8.5. The required rate. Going along under 6 at the moment. And 5 wickets down for the Lions as well, helping the cause. Another single, ending Beth Lequeo's 5th over. 138 for 5. The Lions after 24, almost halfway. Tongue twister, isn't it? Required run rate. I'll say it too quickly.
Not as bad as red lorry, yellow lorry, though, is it?
Yeah, but there's a classic tongue twister.
That's why.
Not a cricketing one. Required run rate on the seashore. No? Actual run rate required. You can't do it. A few times I went to say it in the T20s and I thought I'm just going to say something different.
Edgy but safe.
I opted for need instead. It was
Need. Yeah.
it was easier. I feel like you've got too many teeth in your mouth when you're trying to say stuff like that.
Well, South Africa won't mind this, just the pushing around of singles. Run rate creeps up, pressure cranks up too. Lions being backed into a position where they're going to have a choice to make about how vigorously to go for this target. Runs here though, this might go all the way. Shams is giving chase, he should catch it just before the rope. And they come back for 3 to end the over. Yeah, because there's probably little point just nerdling it around, getting nowhere near. They're going to have to just go and maybe, die wandering. A bit of a try and get as close as they can, knowing they could all end up in a heap. Maybe that's the way to go, rather than just nudge and nurdle.
It's 21 off the last 5 they've scored and lost the wicket of Hose within those 5.
Halfway now. 43 for 5. Halfway, half the team are out. 218 to win off 25 overs.
South Africa were 135 for 4 at halfway point. Obviously they had quite a different sort of batting lineup. Batsmen to coming away the attack, and those two built that partnership after, didn't they? After Miller was out in the 30th.
Yeah, they had a Centurion. Clasen batted a long time. Okay, Eskenazi could fulfil that role for the Lions, but who's going to do the Patlaquelo job with the bat for the Lions? Someone needs to. And also there was Van der Dusen's half century as well. 33 fours and is it 6 sixes they hit? 8 sixes and 33 fours. So they've got to try and get close to that, obviously. 17 fours at the moment and no sixes. So they're nearly, well, they're halfway there with the fours and nowhere at the moment with the sixes.
Well, there you go.
First
There's
one.
the first one.
More like it.
First 6. Benny Howe gets it to his name. It's right on cue for you, Dan. That was. Brings up the 150 as well.
Commentator's curse in reverse, isn't it?
Yeah, that was perfect.
Yeah.
150 up in the 26th over. It's gone big again. 6 more. Just that one tighter to the rope, but successive 6s for Benny Howe. Going out over the top of the covers and away for 6. Beautiful shot.
This is what they have to do now, the Lions. They just can't, as I said, just can't knock it into gaps and milk it and trot through. Someone's going to have to try and not take the game by the lapels, then something similar to that. Benny Howe might be doing it here with those successive boundaries.
I still need 200. Pulled round. Time leg side. So 2 6s and 3 singles. And that Petlaqueo over his 6th.
$15 off the over. That's more like it.
Sustaining it then, isn't it? For quite some time. Well, not at 15s, but not losing the wickets. 8.5. The rate.
Returning to ball.
Just got to realign those
Number 20.
required rate and run rates. 6.1 they're going along. You need 8.5.
South Africa can bring back the pacer, can't they? Of Norkie and Ngidi.
He's back into it now, Kia. Yeah, for me, whether Norkia's still got a bit left in the locker. I know he's only bowled 3 overs. He seemed to bowl within himself those first 3. So maybe we'll see a bit more of a flat-out version of Andrich Norkia. Let's hope so, because it's a pretty impressive sight when he's at full tilt. Good work, really good stuff from Clasen, and he's thrown the stumps down to boot. Been wrong-footed by that inside edge, and he's saved his team 3 runs there.
Busy afternoon for Clasen, isn't it? Century, and then you take the gloves.
If ever there's a time you feel like doing it, though, it's after you've hit a ton, isn't it?
Yeah, when you're coming off the back of that, you probably don't mind as much. mood will be high.
That's good running again. Pressure on the fielder, Maharaj, who has, it was Eskenazi who dropped, wasn't it? It was Eskenazi, wasn't it?
Yeah,
This guy?
yeah, I don't think I noted it
I
down.
didn't note how many he'd got at the time. Got a feeling he might have had 50. That's fortunate. Fortunate but 4. And for the Lions, that's all that matters. Well, he certainly struck more convincing boundaries in his innings of 78, Stevie Eskenazi. That's number 7 for him. The Lions will take everything they can get here in this run chase. 8 runs coming off that over, so that boundary sorely needed. 196 to win, so the target is now under 200, which will give them a little psychological boost, if nothing else. Howell's played himself in, now seeing it big. Those successive 6s at the end of the last over. I know he's got a slightly different challenge here. To brace Shamsi coming back into the attack. He picked up a couple of wickets. 2 for 19, exceptional start from him.
He got Ben Duckett, who's going nicely. LBW for 44. And then Tom Abel was caught by wicketkeeper Clasen for 13 from 16. So he's got his variations. Pulled by Eskenazi in the corner. 9 square. Only one though. I'm disappointed there was no trick with those 2 wickets though, after what you said. It was magic. But today would be an ideal opportunity to showcase.
Well, maybe the international tour game is a bit too stuffy for magic tricks, isn't it? Probably.
Maybe if all school children hadn't gone home.
Yeah. It's not on TV as such.
Crowd a lot quieter this afternoon. Post the interval. Post a nice lunch, perhaps. That one's big. It's not gone high enough, has it? Can Ngidi come in to take it? A dive, but it falls just short of him. And you have to say, was it definitely his catch?
No.
He was running in for it, but he was running a long, long way. And Maharaj, who has dropped Eskenazi already, it would appear he wouldn't have had to go very far at all.
Why on earth has Maharaj not claimed that catch?
Or has he been put off from his earlier
I know
drop?
he's dropped one, but
Well, I thought to start with it was coming into the New Road stand and you'd got a lot more of it than he had. But then when Ngidi set off and he realised you could still see it and it had gone higher and not as long. I know you say generally running in is easier than running back or across.
not
but
a few miles away from
not
it.
if you're that far and you're always going to be the second man to it. Because in the end, Maharaj had to stop to make sure he wasn't going to run into Ngidi.
I mean, Ngidi was nowhere near it. I mean, by the time it hit the ground, I mean, even if it dived full length, I don't think he'd have got there. Whereas Maharaj was standing there as a spectator. He could have probably walked to where that
But he did. He stood and
landed.
watched him, didn't he? in
Well, he
the
did. I mean, he had to walk 2 discs from where he was standing at mid-off, on the edge of the circle, walk 2 discs round to catch, probably not even that far, 2 discs. And he could have walked there and taken that catch. So, misjudgment. That's over mid-wicket, and that should run away for 4. And it does. So, Benny Howell making the most of that life in the last over. Moving up to 30 now, 172 for 5. Some decent counter punching here from the Lions, led by Benny Howell. Riding their luck, as they will probably have to do if they're to get anywhere near the 361 they need. Still 189 shy of that. Run rate's creeping towards 9. Nokia in the air for a while, and back past him, and back to your mark. Howe goes back to back again. This time it's with 4s.
So sometimes the quicker it comes to you, the quicker it goes back again. But he hit that very cleanly, hard off the bat.
Nokia not really any time to react and stick a right hand out as that seared past him. It's a long way from him as it was anyway. Done well to get any kind of hand on it. That's quicker and shorter, not a surprise. I reckon Howe would have been expecting that. It's going to fall short of square leg. And he's ramping up the revs here. Andrej Nokia.
I think if you're thinking ahead to Tuesday, you're going to obviously bowl some of what you'd be bowling at your top pace, wouldn't you? But perhaps not 10 overs against the Lions. You're going to be mixing it up a little bit more. I'm not going all out to that 90 miles an hour every time.
I think he's edged that. South Africans are confident, and Eskenazi's got to go. Big noise as that whistled through to Clasen behind the stumps, and Eskenazi has gone. And surely you feel the Lions' chances of chasing this total down go with him. Terrific innings from him, 79 from 74. But finally for South Africa, the pace of Nokia does the trick. He picks up his first wicket. But he will deservedly absorb this applause as he makes his way back to the dressing room. Disappointed, but very well played. Stevie Eskenazi on his Lions debut. 7 4s in that innings of 79.
Disappointment for him.
Number 96,
He would have been eyeing that century and looked in good touch. Give him a life.
Jake Lintop is the new man coming in to join Benny Howell.
So there was definite noise you could hear from here. There wasn't anything else it could have been.
Yeah, it sounded very woody even from our position.
Given where his bat was. Kings have got 9 runs from the over till that point. 1 ball left of it now.
It's Jake Lintop like Will Smead at the top of the order, playing his very first List A game. High score of 41 in T20 cricket. Averaging 10. So South Africa will sense a wrap up here. They can particularly either get rid of Howell or keep him away from the strike and open up one end properly. With Eskenazi gone, they'll now feel that the job is, if not done, then pretty close to being. Still 183 runs needed by the Lions. Run rate creeping up. Vicious. Well played in the end from Lintop. Nortje's got his tail up here, and Jake Lintop will be pleased. That's the end of the over. 178 for 6 at the end of the 29th. So a successful one for the Proteas. Here, a first wicket for him, 1 for 40 from his 5 overs.
Took 102 runs off the last 9 overs. South Africa. That's what got them to that 360. Shamsi still on from the New Road end. Yeah, 102 off 9. Did the damage really. The Lions with only David Payne, Sam Cook and George Scrimshaw to come after these two. Still 183. Short of the target, 361. One up and over the top though. That'll be away for 4. Couple of bounces from Benny Howe. Takes him to 39. Some glorious shots this afternoon. Benny Howe.
Well, in many ways the shackles are off now, aren't they, for him, I suppose. 39 from 30. No one expects the Lions to get close to this. So maybe he can enjoy himself if it's up there.
He also took 3 for 58 from his 10. So good figures given the total that South Africa made. So you say, might as well almost just enjoy himself. See what he can do against the South African bowlers. Shamsi just moving it. Fielder up to square leg. Just back with a square leg. Lintop goes for the reverse. Makes a single.
Yeah, 4 men outside the circle. Ngidi it long on. Deep cover point, backward square and mid wicket.
Howell defends the final ball of Shamsi's 6th over. 2 for 28 from his 6 so far. 6 from that over. 184 for 6. 30 gone.
It's a 4th T20 in a row now.
Indeed.
Even by T20 standards, that would be a decent get, wouldn't it? 177 in 20 overs.
It would be.
That would be pretty good. 184 for 6 then. Lintott to face Nokia, and again another rising delivery manages to fend off. I could be much happier to watch things from the non-striker's end.
Need a combination of sitting and standing. You stand for the T20s, but to sit for 100 overs is, if it goes to 100 overs, is quite a lot as well.
Assisting with the short stuff, and that is brilliantly done. Oh my word. Benny Howell has batted beautifully, and it's taken something quite special in the field to get rid of him. And you won't see too many better relay catches than that. Caught it well, and deep square leg, had to get a long way to his right to even get in contention to catch that. He was right on the rope. And then the lob to Ngidi in the end.
It's fantastic work, wasn't it?
Has worked an absolute treat for the South Africans, and take another stride towards a commanding victory here at New Road. Benny Howell's played really well, 40 from 33 balls. Not sure how much we'll see of it on the replay, whether it'll ball track to deep back square. Yes, it will. That's splendid. There it is, little underarm shovel.
I think it sort of, Ngidi was waiting for it, but then it wasn't an easy catch for him, was it?
I love that as well. Hendricks and Ngidi both get credited with the catch.
That's what we said
Splendid.
the other day, wasn't it, in a T20 match?
Yeah.
And it was Libby. Who did Libby throw it back to? I can't think now. And I think there was one, and I noticed on some of the scoring then, and I said, didn't I, that you need both names on it. And then I saw a game since where they'd put both names, because you think, well, otherwise it's not very fair, is it?
No, that's great. Well, sometimes the evolution of the game dictates you have to change the technology sometimes, and that's a nice touch. That is, that's the right thing to do, is to credit both fielders. So you'd never have seen that in the Sunday League.
Oh, well, that's what we said about when some things change.
Not in a billion years.
For the sort of progression of the game, and it's still good fun.
But yeah, outstanding work from Hendricks and Ngidi to get rid of Benny Howell.
He knew he was right on the rope, didn't he?
It's another uncomfortable shovel off his hip by Lintott. Yeah, I mean, he had a split second, I think, either before he caught it. It's difficult to tell on the replay. Before he caught it, or seconds after, just to have a look down and see exactly where his foot was, and to time the release of that little underarm shovel pass to Lungi Ngidi.
Well, it nearly went past him as well, didn't it? He had to juggle it.
That's the other thing, you take a catch like that, try not to panic and go, whoa, there you go,
Flick
and
it
just
too
throw
far.
it anywhere.
Or throw it over the rope.
Miles away, yeah.
Throw it over the rope and have to embarrass him with signal six.
Very, very good from those two. David Payne is the new batter amongst all that excitement of that relay catch.
You see more, obviously, that in the T20, didn't you? And that came in, and they're sort of working in pairs, almost the fielding in pairs, where those catches are right on the rope. But then, say that sort of transferring it to the 50 overs as well now.
Well,
with the way it's played.
It's a testament to how hard the players work on it. To A, see them so regularly, and B, see so many taken successfully. I mean, it's quite rare you see a failed relay catch these days. I mean, it's extraordinary. They very rarely mess it up when there's an opportunity to do it. They're so alert to the situation.
We say the awareness then from Ngidi to run round as well, to be
Yeah,
there to support Hendricks.
thinking that's a possibility, because rather than, oh, he's got that covered, it's going to be
or
tight,
it's
but
his
that's
catch
okay.
or his fielding.
It's like, I better get in there because you never know. Looks like I could be needed. So just the all-round awareness of how you have to be in the field now.
Especially after the catch he tried to take when Maharaj wasn't seem particularly interested. Perhaps he's just on high alert. Lungi Ngidi.
Kia's just struggling with his radar a bit here. That last delivery, but it's been a top over so far. And that run rate now above 9 for the first time. Almost another catch down to third man this time. Shamsi watches it well, watches the spin. So a single to end, 188 for 7. Four runs coming off that over. And crucially, the wicket for South Africa as they close in on a handsome win here. 173 still needed by the Lions. Never really got going with 2 wickets lost in the first over. Smead and Hayne without scoring.
Which put them on the, even further on the back foot, didn't it? Chasing, obviously, just over 7, the run rate, but then losing those first 2 in the opening over. Right on the back foot. The quality of Smead and Hayne gone. One over Pethlakoyo. They'll come back for 2. Aidan Markram with the throw. Up in the air, going to land safe between 3 of them. Maharaj did set off for that one as well, but he's never going to get to that one.
Well, looks like South Africa could do to the Lions what they did to them on Tuesday in terms of the scale of victory. 6 wickets by the Lions, the victory with 77 balls to spare. The South Africans only lasted 37 overs and 1 ball. England Lions chased it down with that. I wonder how many balls are left now. More than 77, isn't there? At the moment, was it 31 and a half gone? So a huge margin of victory on the cards with runs, and with the number of balls left will be pretty similar to what it was on Tuesday.
Crump down on the boundary. Keeps them to 1. 6 from Shamsi's over so far. It's the wickets that's the problem for the Lions. 7 down, 194 on the board. Chasing 361 here at New Road. Fine display from South Africa with bat and ball so far. And I feel like it's only a matter of time before they wrap up victory as well. 3 more wickets needed. End of the 32nd, 195 for 7.
England's senior side say their woes continued, in as much they haven't been able to bat out the 50 overs against India. They've been bowled out for 246 in 49 overs at Lords in the second one-day international. Ravinder Chahal finishing with 4 for 47, a couple of wickets for Bumrah and for Hardik Pandya. So England unable to bat the full 50. Moeen Ali top scoring with 47, 41 for David Willey, 38 for Johnny Bairstow, and that's about it. Root 11, Stokes 21, Butler 4. Nortje to carry on from the Diglis end. It's high, should be safe, and is, might even be 4, and it is. Might have stationed somebody out there in the deep initially, but David Payne able to rock back and heave it away. Not out of the middle of the bat, certainly, but enough wood on it to get it away to the rope. He goes up to 10, 199 for 7. Self-preservation, really, that shot. Has that gone all the way? I think it might have done. It has. I know David Miller is trying to change the umpire's mind. He's adamant it's only 4. 4 is the official signal.
It was very close.
It was, yeah. Would have thought that Ngidi had a better view of that than anyone else, or possibly
or Hendricks. Right down there.
Maybe it was him that signalled, I didn't see, and he told David Miller. Successive 4s.
I think Ngidi was signalling something, but it wasn't obvious which, and he was trying to explain where it bounced, possibly.
Well, Nortje is cranking it up here, but he's not tried the full and straight delivery yet, which might well turn out to be his most successful bet. He's checking out the middle of the pitch, certainly in this over. He attempted a fuller ball there. Maharaj has got around just to smother it. Otherwise that was away for probably 4 behind him. There's no cover behind the South Africa captain. 4 boundary riders at deep third, fine leg, deep backward square and cover point. That's nasty, and again well played by Jake Lintott. He's been discomforted from the short stuff from Nortje. That was not a nice one to have to deal with. Payne's going to check he's okay. Might take a few minutes here, Jake Lintott, understandably. Was dangerously near his throat. He's taking one on the glove.
Duckett get one on the throat on Tuesday. Went sort of under the helmet.
It's a nice reply. He's controlled that well, Jake Lintott. Single down to deep backward square to end the over. Good batting from him, gutsy stuff. 205 for 7. .33 gone now. 17 overs left, 156 needed. just 3 wickets for South Africa.
Shamsi going at 5 and over. 7 overs, 2 for 35. And it comes down to that first delivery. Down the wicket. It's a backward square leg. One's high up in the air. I think he's going to fall safe again between 3 fielders. And Gidi ends up doing the fielding. Milan was coming back and Markham was coming round and in, but all fell safe.
Yeah, it's the right area definitely, because okay, that was a miss-hit, but a proper shot probably would have been 6, because would have cleared Milan at mid-wicket, and Gidi wouldn't have got round to intercept that, I don't think.
He's long on. That one is over the top. And that one is 6.
Well, I think that's what he was trying to do, that previous ball.
Nearly wipes out the rest of the South African team who's sitting down just to the side of the Graham Hick Pavilion.
But it is quite a big hole there. You get it over Milan and you're there, you're right in business. Because Rassie van der Dusen is quite square. He's almost at mid-wicket. And then you've got Ngidi, who's really straight at long on. So there's a big old gap between those two. So that's a good area for Payne to target. Looking for it again.
So trying again, that one.
Nearly losing his leg stump. But they've got so many runs to play with there, South Africa. They can leave that invitation for him.
Offside that time, but not connecting fully with it. Only a single. David Payne. Highest list A score of 36 not out. And 24 this afternoon. Ends with a single. 11 from Shamsi's over. An expensive one for him. 34 gone. Still 145 runs away. And that total that South Africa set earlier, 360. Say a lot of runs coming in those last 9-10 overs. 100 came off the last 9.
So Nokia deep in conversation with his captain Maharaj. 3 wickets still for South Africa. 145. The seemingly academic target here for the Lions. They just want to hang around and frustrate the Proteas for as long as they can. Persisting with the shortish stuff, Kia. Just surprised he hasn't tried a few more Yorkers. We'll threaten the stumps a bit more with the tail in now.
You feel like the South African attack, if they wanted, really could clean up the Lions' tail, couldn't they? So say, Payne and Lintop doing their best to frustrate them.
Slapped away, and that might have gone all the way. It has. A flat 6 from David Payne. Well, maybe that's an indication that fast and full might be the better policy here. At least try it out, because banging it halfway down is not working for Nokia. His pace, yeah, but sitting up and asking to be whacked. Coming around the wicket to try and obviously create a different angle for Payne. There are 3 fielders. Well, actually there's 2, isn't there, because my fine leg is super straight. Rassie van der Dusen is not quite a backstop, but he's pretty close to it at deep third.
Drew a
With
straight
fine
line,
leg and a
isn't
deep
it?
backward square. So yeah, he'd be standing directly behind maybe first slip. So this short of length bowling, targeting the hips and the leg side area. Really banking that Payne might scoop one towards those 3 fielders.
The way he's gone after the last couple, spinning on those and get something on it that's going to be heading their way.
This could work, could it? Oh, it's just short of Van der Dusen. Almost worked. Those nasty ones that just dives on you as you get there. You know, with this field at the moment, you can't possibly bowl it full. Lintop's had barely anything in his own half against Nokia. Don't suspect that's going to change. No. Geedy, the middle of the trio, patrolling that boundary. End of the over. 225 for 7. 9 coming off that over. 9 is what they need. 136 more needed. Payne has 31, Lintop has 10. 35 gone, 15 left. 225 for 7. Still 3 wickets away for South Africa.
Two left for Shamsi. Starts his 9th. Lintop on 10. Goes for the reverse. And pinch a single. Safely home, Lintop. Payne 5 short of his best list A score. You find time to get it. Shamsi having a chat with his captain. What the tricks has he got up his sleeve? It's up again over the leg side. It goes away for 4. Couple of bounces. Payne targeting the deep mid-wicket area. And Geedy it long on. He knows he can't get round and Markram. Squarish deep mid-wicket, and he can't get there either when he's connecting with these. 1 or 2 bounces for 4. Not quite quick enough to get round and stop it off. Stop it would have to be spectacular fielding. Shamsi beats Payne this time.
You see how long that was?
Following up the 4. Boundary hit, follow up with the dot ball.
Sorry. You know already. People watching. Yeah, I would have to watch the game directly.
Does take Payne to 36, equalling his best score in List A cricket. 67 List A matches. And this fielded by Laquayo. Leg bite to end Shamsi's 9th over. Lions will take any runs they can. 234 for 7 after 36. They said dragging it out somewhat, making the South Africans work their wickets.
Yeah, 9 off that over to brace Shamsi. So, he's got one more left, 2 for 56 from him. 234 for 7. And Lungi Ngidi's coming back into the attack, replacing Andrich Nokia. 8 overs, 2 for 63 for him. So he's got a couple more, should we see him again. Ngidi 6 overs, none for 33. Oh, great work at mid-wicket. And the throw, brilliant. He's unlucky, it's cost him a run really. But that's wonderful stuff from David Miller.
He said earlier how good he is in the field.
Yeah.
And he was batting, and so it seems unfair to cost a run.
And that slightly fortuitous single has brought up the half-century stand between this pair. Well played, Payne and Lintop. They've seen off a hostile spell from Nokia. That's nicely hit away too from Payne. It was a slower ball from Ngidi, and Payne adjusted well and had the confidence to carry on, to commit with the shot, and found the middle of the bat and enough height on it to get it away for a boundary in front of the marquee. Payne up to 40 now. .239 for 7. 239 for 8. And David Payne's fun and games is finally over at 40, but terrific hand played by him. A new career best List A score for him, 40 off 23 deliveries. But the South Africans move 1 wicket closer to a handsome victory here at New Road. Finally, South Africa sticking to the mantra, you miss, I hit.
The incoming batter for England Lions is
Sam Cook is the new batter. Here he comes to try and prolong this innings as much as he can. Keep South Africa out there. Three balls left of this 37th over. And Geedy picking up his first wicket. So all the Proteas bowlers have taken a wicket today. And Geedy joining the party with that wicket of David Payne. Not sure where that's landed initially or where it's gone. Sam Cook obviously would have felt it, but was looking down to fine leg initially, instinctively. But Geedy was alive to the danger there, potentially capitalising on Cook's confusion over where the ball was. Is off the mark and also takes the bowling. End of the over, 240 for 8. So 6 runs coming off that over from Lungingiri, but a successful one with the wicket of David Payne, just tickling his bails, picking up his first wicket of the match. 13 overs to go, 121 still needed for the Lions, but 2 wickets only now needed for South Africa.
Shamsi to bowl his final over. 2 for 54 from the 9 so far. Green trainers that match his outfit, match his kit. That's Noki in at mid-wicket. It's over. Noki out, the tall figure. Quieter in the ground now. A number of people have started to leave. The last couple of wickets have fallen, making their way home.
Yeah, it's been a cracking day here at New Road. Weather-wise, obviously, it's been gorgeous. Lots of school kids in this morning. Nice atmosphere around the ground. South Africa batted splendidly. Set a really big testing total that we thought would really interest this powerful Lions batting lineup. Would fancy having a crack at everything, but sadly it's not worked out. That opening over rather set the tone.
Well, no, you never know what's going to happen, do you? But just, it would have been so interesting if they hadn't lost those 2 wickets in that first over, just to see perhaps what they could have done. Seen some runs from Smead and Hayne. How close could they have got? Cook down. Plays that nicely away for 4. Well played off the bowling of Tabra Shamsi. Nicely watched from Sam Cook.
Yeah, super shot.
Moved across his stumps. Pulled it round.
Field around the corner, not too far away from that, but no chance. So well timed.
This one's up in the air though, won't be so lucky. It's going to go straight into the hands of Anrik Norkie, who takes the catch, gives Tabra Shamsi his 3rd wicket this afternoon, and the Lions lose their 9th wicket. Cook, after playing a glorious shot for 4, goes up and over the next time, but can't clear Norkie.
Yeah, no blame on this Lions lower order. It's not up to them really to try and chase down this huge total that's been left for them. The batting's not fired today, not given a chance with those early dismissals of Smead and Hayne in the first over, and as well as Eskenazi and Duckett and Howell latterly have played, and Payne. It's not been enough. George Scrimshaw is the last man in for England Lions, back on his old home turf, albeit only for 4 matches. Won't be facing the bowling as the batsman crossed while that ball was in the air.
So no crossing rules, only in the T20, isn't it now?
Yeah, T20 and the 100.
Not
It's
ODIs.
an argument that should apply everywhere, which it should really.
Well, you can't see why not. Last ball of Shamsi's spell. He finished it off. That one is big though, and finishes with a 6. Of Shamsi's last ball of his spell. So Lintott hits a 6 to end Shamsi's overs. 3 wickets for Shamsi this afternoon. Took the wickets of Ben Duckett, LBW, then Duckett made 44 off 38, and Abel fell for 13 from 16, caught behind by Clasen, and then Sam Cook falling in that over. A catch by Anrik Norkie.
So George Scrimshaw will have to face the whole over as it stands at the moment from Ngidi. Can he get off strike and get Lintott down? Yes, he can. First ball with that leg by.
You think South Africa would be very pleased with their day's work, wouldn't you, ahead of the first
yeah.
ODI?
They can wrap this up
Tuesday
within the next 8 runs and get a victory by over 100 runs.
Obviously they had practice bowling, and a number of them batted on Tuesday in that game at Taunton, but this has seemed much more like the cricket you'd expect from them.
And Lintott has holed out, and that is it. And South Africa have won by more than 100. 107 runs. The Proteas wrap up a convincing win here at New Road that was always on the cards the moment that they snared Will Smead and Sam Hayne in the very first over, courtesy of the left arm spin of their captain Keshav Maharaj, and the momentum was never back in this Lions reply, as well as Stevie Eskenazi on his Lions debut played for his 79. Ben Duckett again looked in fantastic touch for 44, and excellent contributions down the order from Benny Howe. What a good all-round day he's had, the Gloucestershire veteran. And David Payne weighed in with a very good 40, his career best List A score, but not enough. The Lions second best today, not able to repeat their powerful and confident run chase of 48 hours ago at Taunton, and South Africa's 360 for 7, which was built around an excellent 100 from Henrik Clasen, 123 from just 85 balls, 9 fours and 5 sixes, and very accomplished half centuries from Rassi van der Dusen and from Andile Pekluquayo. Really put the game, as it turned out, well beyond the Lions, who will try and keep their chins up after this chastening defeat. Their players obviously